Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county sheriff. It's in the state of Tennessee. Today's date is Sunday morning, April the 16th, 2023. The time is 7:40 a.m. First, I'm going to say thank you to my fans, my support, for you continue to encourage and support. I'm continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education, moral college online, continue to pursue my social reach, done being administrative contract, Martin, the present time, take a break from going to school, but in the very, in the future, I do intend to go back to moral college online, go back to school to continue to pursue my social reach, done being administrative contract to Martin. Now, what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county sheriff. It's in the state of Tennessee. Today's date is Sunday morning, April the 16th, 2023. The time is 7:41 a.m. First, I'm going to say thank you to my fans, my support, and continue to encourage support. I'll continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education, moral college online, continue to pursue my social degree, instead of being administrative contract market. In the future, I do intend to go back to moral college online, go back to school, and continue to pursue my social degree, instead of being administrative contract market. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing. Also, Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with St. Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. They wrote a 5-volume book titled Adversus Haereses, translated meaning against heresy. Together they refuted Gnosticism, proving that Gnosticism was a heresy. That also includes the Nag Hammadi Library, some leftover Gnostic writings. A person or person took some leftover Gnostic writing that them Gnostic theologians had wrote, wrapped it in some pepper paper, put it in a jar, and buried it in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. Some leftover Gnostic writing. It's a heresy. Also, St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. Them Gnostic theologians who had been writing all this Gnostic stuff, St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, together with all the other bishops in the Catholic Church, they went around and collected all that Gnostic writing and destroyed it. You can't find none of that Gnostic writing nowhere on this planet, on this earth. A personal person took a few copies of that Gnostic theologian writing, wrapped it in some papyrus paper, put it in a jar and buried it in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. The little farm boy was outside playing in 1945. Found the Nag Hammadi Library and gave what he had found to his father, who was a farmer, and the father eventually gave what his son had found to the scholars at the colleges and universities around the world in academia. And what they be trying to do is trying to use and misuse the Nag Hammadi Library to victimize innocent men, women, and children, being self-destructive and destructive, destroying wildlife, nature, and the environment, the North Pole, South Pole. Now they're going all out in space. Also, St. Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translated meaning bread basket. Scholars have also said that St. Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also Adversus Heresiae, against heresies. Now, esoteric and exoteric. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. The Almighty, Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustle. The Almighty, Black Prince Stone. The Almighty, Black Disciple, Poppy. The Almighty, Mickey Cobra, Crack. The Almighty, Bluefin, Black Disciple, the Black Disciple. The Lord, Stone Disciple. 7-Eleven, G Killer. Gangster Disciple Killer. GD Killer. Glazed Donut Killer. Now, today, here in the city of Memphis, is in the state of Tennessee, Shelby County. The temperature outside, 49 degrees Fahrenheit, clear. Had thunderstorm yesterday. Saturday evening, had thunderstorm. And the wind was pretty high yesterday. Just so happened I happened to be outside when the rain came. I just happened to be out. But, I made it to the house. But, it was coming down pretty hard. But the wind was high. And so, the weather can be unpredictable. Even though we try to have forecasts, the weather is unpredictable. But today, start my video today. As you know, today is Orthodox Easter. Orthodox, which is meaning pertaining to the Catholic Church. Your Eastern Orthodox Catholic churches. Your Oriental Orthodox Catholic churches. Orthodox churches are celebrating Easter on today, which is today is April the 16th, 2023. And the reason that Easter is being celebrated a week after the Roman Catholic Church celebrated Easter Sunday, last Sunday, is based on the calendar. There are two different calendars. The Roman Catholic Church celebrates Easter based on the Gregorian calendar. The Eastern or the Orthodox Catholic, Orthodox Catholic churches, Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox Catholic churches celebrate Easter based on the Julian calendar. And so now I'm going to read a little article from this, what's this? The nationaltoday.com. And Orthodox Easter Day, which is calculated using the phases of the moon and the equinox, is a sacred season in the most significant celebration of the Eastern Christian Church or Orthodox churches. It will be celebrated on April 16th this year. Orthodox Easter Day is an annual holiday commemorating the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It is also known and celebrated as Greek Easter. The date of Orthodox Easter Day is different from the Western Easter, which bases the celebration period on the Gregorian calendar. Meanwhile, the Eastern Orthodox Church still uses the earlier Julian calendar for calculating the dates of festivals, including Easter. This means that Orthodox Easter Day falls later than Easter observed everywhere else. And the Eastern Orthodox churches celebrate Easter on a different day than the Western churches, although sometimes the dates coincide. The date of Orthodox Easter Day changes every year, but its date falls earliest on April 4th and latest on May the 8th. Okay, a little history of Orthodox Easter Day. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD established the celebration of Easter on the first Sunday after the first full moon on or after the March equinox. Although this period of celebration was established for churches around the world, not all churches observe the Easter holiday according to the Gregorian calendar. Many Orthodox churches still observe Easter by following the Julian calendar. The reason for the two different calendars is said to have come from an astronomy miscalculation. The primary goal of creating the Gregorian calendar was to alter the time of Easter. According to History.com, Pope Gregory the 13th introduced his Gregorian calendar in Europe, adhered to the Julian calendar first implemented by Julius Caesar. Since the Roman emperor system miscalculated the length of the solar year by 11 minutes, the calendar has since fallen out of sync with the season. This concerned Gregory because it meant that Easter, traditionally observed on March the 21st, fell further away from the spring equinox with each passing year. In the Bible, Orthodox Easter is the day when Mary Magdalene found an empty tomb in the cave in which Jesus had been placed following his death by crucifixion. It marks the end of the 40 days of Lent, 4 days of self-reflection and fasting. The Lenten fast is likened to a spiritual journey of the soul through the wilderness of the world. It is observed to strengthen the inner life of the worshiper by weakening the attractions of the flesh and drawing one closer to God. In Eastern churches, during this fast, no meat or animal products, eggs, milk, butter, and cheese are consumed, and fish is eaten only on certain days. So like I said, I was reading from nationaltoday.com. And so, let me Now, where I'm at right now, I was reading the Orthodox Church of America. Yeah, the Orthodox Church of America. So, like I said, today is a holy day, which is being celebrated by the Orthodox churches. Now, the Orthodox Church of America, and as you know, also the Oriental Orthodox churches are also celebrating Easter as well. And so, as you know, the Orthodox Church in America, and possibly other Orthodox organizations. Now, as you understand, now I'm just going to take a little time. This is one of those churches, organizations, here in the United States of America and Canada, the Orthodox Church in America. And its history is traced from Russia. And when you had people coming from Russia to Kodiak, Alaska, they were missionaries. But as you know, when it comes to just immigration to America, immigration came from one direction, as we can see from Russia, from that direction. But we also know that immigration came from the other direction, where people came from Europe, came to the eastern coast of America. So that was another direction that people came to America. And as you, like I said, the Orthodox faith. But when it comes to the Orthodox Church in America, from that direction came from Russia. The missionaries came from Russia. And then also, not just, you got Greek Orthodox Church and so on and so forth. And like I say, when it comes to the Orthodox Church, and then you got an Orthodox Church in India, in Syria, Lebanon, and so on and so forth. And so some of the Oriental Orthodox Church, because see, when you come talking about the Catholic Church as a whole, there's only one church. It's only one church. Some of the councils and things and cause some differences of opinion and point of view. And so some of the churches, you have the Roman Catholic Church, then you have Eastern Orthodox churches, and the Oriental Orthodox Catholic churches. But like I said, there's the Orthodox Church in America, which is Canada and the United States of America, can trace its history to Russia. And the missionaries came from that direction to Kodiak, Alaska, and what you see today. So we want to show our appreciation and respect for Eastern Orthodox Catholic churches and Oriental Orthodox Catholic churches. Today is a holy day. Today is Easter, celebrating the resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God. And they did a great work. You can read, if you go to the website, Orthodox Church in America, they got a lot of history and the great, beautiful work that they've done in this part of the world. Many people of various ethnicities and what you call races and languages and linguists, are members of the Orthodox Church in America. And and like I said, it's a beautiful history, and you can go to the website and I'm just scrolling something, and like I said, when it talks about Orthodox, for example, in chapter 4, other Orthodox immigrants, the Arabs, the Serbs, the Albanians, the Romanians, other Slavic immigrants, and Orthodox immigrants to Canada. I mean, it's a very, very beautiful history to read about the Orthodox Church in America. And like I said, today it says the Orthodox Church in America numbers some 700 parishes, and you have missions and communities, monasteries, and institutes throughout the United States, Canada, and including Mexico. So like I said, you can go to the website again. It's the Orthodox Church in America, and you go to the website, and a very, very beautiful history, and you can get plenty of information about the faith, the Orthodox faith, and the work of the church. And I mean, you have questions, seeking answers to your questions about being a Catholic as well as being a Christian. The Orthodox Church in America, they'll be there to talk to you about it. But like I say, again, today is a holy day for Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, Catholics, Christians. And the reason being because of the calendar. Because of the calendar. And we know that we talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God. That's a very important subject. And it's a subject that we don't take lightly. And so, based on what we believe, our faith, we consider that a very significant issue. And so, we make our choices and decisions based on what we believe in our faith. How we behave, our conduct is based on our beliefs in our faith. Many people make the choice and decision to celebrate Easter. Some people celebrated Easter based on the calendar. The Roman Catholics and Christians. Last Sunday, many people celebrate Easter, the calendar, difference of the calendar, Julian calendar and Gregorian calendar. Today, which is April the 16th, 2023. And so it's a very serious occasion, solemn occasion. And so we honor this tradition. And it's not a man's tradition, but it's a holy tradition. It's a holy tradition. And so, I want to always thank God for blessing us with His Son and for His Word and for continuing to guide our choices and decisions with His Spirit. And so, I want to wish everyone a happy Easter, and that you be safe, and that you be blessed on today, as well as other day, And so want to move forward and want to go back to the talk that I had on last Easter, and want to continue the talk today about the history of the vice lords. It's important. And so want to be able to give credit to men and women who deserve to be given the credit that they are due. And not to never overlook the contributions that they made. To never overlook or disregard the many contributions and sacrifices that men and women made. And try to guide those that came behind them with the right teaching, and to honor them and to say that it's not okay to see people in the way that people try to see people as being just unimportant or insignificant, and just try to just push them out of the way. You ain't nobody. Well, gonna continue that talk today. Like I said, today is Easter Sunday, so but it's important because a lot of people connected to a lot of men and women, what they call Black/African American, in various locations around the United States of America. All this slavery, all this stuff about slavery, the Arab or East African slave trade, the West African slave trade or transatlantic slave trade, the people who were enslaved, the Niger Congo. In both of those slaveries, the Niger Congo. And so you have all these millions and millions of Niger Congo people living in Canada, here in the United States of America, as well as all islands and U.S. territories. Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean or Caribbean, and also North Africa, the Middle East, as well as just Asia altogether, all of Asia, the whole Asian continent. People that are Niger Congo are living all over the world, even in Australia, New Zealand, all over the world. All over the world. And so, a lot of people, because of this slavery, was living here in the United States of America. And so, this so-called slavery, eventually, here in the United States of America, eventually, the Civil War eventually came to an end. And in that year, between the years 1861 and 1865, and so okay, right. Okay. And then okay. Now, what I was reading, I was just checking the dates of when the Civil War ended, and then it comes to the Juneteenth, but it was all in the same year. So I wanted to make sure that when the Civil War ended, it all ended the same year in 1865. It was just a few months, a chain of events, in between April, May, and June, those last 3 months of the war, and eventually went to Texas with that we call Juneteenth, the end of the Civil War, and what they call Juneteenth. People, talking about the end of the Civil War, and so, but the Civil War ended, and it was all in that same year, in 1865. And a point that I made, and I still make, is that, people be born, and while all this Civil War stuff was being fought, you had still people living on plantations, and children were being born still. Children were still being born. And so you had a lot of children that were born in slavery still, because the Civil War wasn't over. And their parents were slaves. Their grandparents were slaves. Then the year 1865, that year, you had children born in slavery. Their parents were slaves. Their grandparents were slaves. And their immediate and extended family were slaves. And then the year later, 1866, the Civil War was over completely. The whole war, the Civil War was over. So that was the end of slavery. There was no more slavery. So all those former slaves, all those children, now some children were born after June, some children were born July, August, September, October, November, December of 1865. Slavery was over by then. And their parents were former slaves. Their parents, regardless of age, the mama and the daddy was former slaves. And the grandparents, both on the mama and the daddy side, were former slaves. And being a former slave, being a grandmama and granddad, I know they didn't have no education whatsoever. All they know is being a slave. And then for the parents of the children who were born in the year 1865, before slavery ended, then you had slavery ended in 1865. It all depends on what month the child was born. You may have been born during the months that the Civil War was still being fought. So you had children who were born in 1865 who were born while the Civil War was still being fought. Then you had children being born in the year 1865 in the months after June, like July, August, September, October, November, December. They were born after slavery. The same year, 1865, they were born after slavery. Their mama, their daddy was a former slave. And the grandparents on the mama and the daddy side were former slaves. As well as possible great-grandparents may have still been alive. You had immediate family members and as well as extended family members. And so it's important to talk about because those people, those individuals, after the Civil War, there was no being free. First of all, being free. Didn't have to stay on the plantation. You were free to go wherever and I guess do whatever. But you were free. You weren't a slave no more. Slavery in the United States was over. All that stuff about the Underground Railroad, doing slavery, escaped slaves and all that to Canada and things of this nature. Slavery was now over. And so it's important that we talk about it because those individuals the former slaves, the parents and the grandparents, life was already difficult being a slave. Life didn't necessarily go from being difficult to being ideal. Because it was hardship, especially in the South, because the South lost the war. So not only was it hardship for the black / African American, but it was hardship for the white European, because they lost the war. Now, for those in the North states who won the war, of course, they were fighting in various locations around, like on the southeast as well as the northeast, fighting. Eventually made it up there, as well as in the Midwest. But not like it was in the South, because the reason why the South lost, because you had the Union forces came down to these southern states and it was fighting all down these southern states. So of course it's going to be hardship for black / African American, because you was already a slave. Now the Civil War is over, but now it's hardship for the white / European in the southern states, because they lost the war. And when you lose the war, you can't force these blacks to be slaves for you anymore. So many of those black / African Americans who were former slaves, they migrated various locations. Many stayed, of course, because they had nowhere to go. I mean, it just wasn't many stayed on the plantation just to survive. And not saying that was the wrong choice or decision, it was just trying to survive. And during that period of time, everybody don't live in the same location. You got people in Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama. And then on the eastern coast, you have people in Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina, Maryland, Virginia. They lost the war. They lost. All those states that lost, they lost the war. So it's going to be hardship. Not just for the black / African American, but for the white / Europeans when you lose the war. And that made things a little even worse for the blacks. When you have disgruntled and now the whites, they can leave. See, when the war was over, a lot of whites, they didn't stay in the South either. They could have went up north, to the Northeast or Midwest. But some people, like a lot of people on the East, they went west, past the Mason-Dixon line, past Missouri, went on over to Nebraska and to Colorado and to Arizona, and to settle those land way on out to California. That's where a lot of whites who was living in the South, they could leave also because they was already free anyway. So once the war was over, they can go somewhere else. They can either stay or go somewhere else. But not saying that the black / African Americans after the Civil War couldn't go, but it was, where you gonna go and how? And so for a lot of children, it wasn't no paradise. It wasn't no ideal situation. Of course, the war was over, which was a good thing. In the end of this so-called slavery. And forced servitude for other human beings. That ideology, it ended. And many black / African Americans made a life for themselves after the Civil War. Now, of course, the government tried to, once the war was over, tried to bring the United States back together, all states. Now, again, it's the United States of America. And so they tried to reconstruction. Had to first, build the United States back together, but had to deal with the aftermath of the war. There was a lot of destruction all over the place. And so the United States government did try to respond. But there was things that were being done afterward, the creation of the Ku Klux Klan by some Freemasons who were former Confederates. And who were Masons? They were Freemasons. They started what they called the Ku Klux Klan. Basically a terrorist group going around terrorizing black / African Americans, as well as whites also were being intimidated, by other whites. And so, and then that stuff spread throughout America. And so, And so, and the thing we want to mention is here in the United States of America. There was a time when, like before slavery, mentioned about the Dred Scott case. That really had an impact on the Civil War. The Dred Scott case was one of the things that the abolitionists used as a basis for fighting the Civil War. The Dred Scott case. And after the Civil War, another court case that's important to talk about is after the Civil War, is that there was this point of view legally in the court of law. Now that slavery is over, this whole thing about people being separate, some kind of racial or ethnic, separation, and when you separate people, not being equal but unequal. And what they tried to say is that claiming that it was constitutional and that it was the law claiming that it was separate but equal, but it really wasn't. And according to the law, it was trying to claim that somebody is a different ethnicity or race, and you claim that one race is superior and then some other race or ethnicity is inferior, and so you're going to say that we're going to be separate from one another, and some kind of accommodations supposedly supposed to be equal. However, in actuality, it wasn't. And so, like I said, that court decision, federal law, just like the Dred Scott law, the Dred Scott case, it was based on federal and state laws. Both of those court decisions were very, very important. And so when we talk about black people / African Americans being oppressed through slavery, it's not a subject that can be compressed into just a few things. It's a very broad subject because history is very broad itself. You got world history, and then you break down all these different locations around the world, and then you break down into like religious history, and then you break down into all kind of history. I mean, it's history itself is broad, and so it's very important to talk about these things because it affects people today. And you don't disregard or overlook or just completely just wipe out any thought of people, because the contributions that those people made, you can't wipe out their memory. And like I said earlier, many children were born during slavery as well as after slavery. And being born in slavery and having the Civil War being fought, children weren't that old. Civil War started in 1861, so if a child was born in 1861, by the time the Civil War ended in 1865, a child could be 5 years old, still a small child. And the reason why it's important, because when you get to the early 1900s, it's important to talk about these things, because when you have a child that's born in slavery, but a small child, a toddler, and the parents were, that various ages. We'll just say a young man and a young woman, 18, 19, 20 years old, in your early 20s. But then you could have people that were parents in their 30s as well as 40s. And then being a man can have children all the way till he die. And so being a parent, when you're getting ready to talk about the end of slavery, being raised in slavery as a slave, but and having a child or children, and then you come to the end of slavery. Now you have children being born who free the months after the Civil War ended. Children were still being born. And like I said, the parents, and then, when we talk about a woman or a female giving birth to a child, we're not going to overlook the fact that a young girl can give birth to a child, not overlooking that fact. Being born in slavery, a young girl can, and a lot of times they did, a lot of young girls who hadn't made it to 18 had children when they were young. There wasn't no such thing as school. You was a slave and that's it. And a young girl, when she get to the age where she can have children, that's exactly what happened. A lot of young girls got pregnant when they were young, had children, even after slavery. A young girl got pregnant. A lot of young girls got pregnant before they turned 18. Got pregnant and had children. So these things have to be talked about and not overlooked and not disregarded or just completely ignored. It's important. Nobody being slave, it was never anything about teaching slaves anything but other than being a slave. So knowing how to read, write, how to count, that was not what was done. So you had a parent who had no education, formal education. The only education you had was to be a slave. And when you was on the plantation, the behavior and the conduct is that you don't disrespect the slave owners, the whites. And so that culture was instilled in the parents of a child, because that's how they were raised, as a slave. And then when slavery ended, you were free. And so as a parent, being raised as a slave, then you become free. You don't have no formal education. You don't have no formal education. All you know is to be a slave. And all you've been doing is working in the field from sun up to sundown. That's how you made your living. And so when you have a child that was born after that slavery, your parents trying to raise you, that's a totally different culture. You can't overlook the total change in society. When a parent had a child that was, when you was a slave on a plantation, the only thing you raised to be is a slave. So if you're a mother and a father, you raise your child to do the same thing that you do. Be a slave. From sun up to sundown, 7 days a week. That's the only thing you do. You raise your child to do the same thing you do, to be a slave. Now, something different. Totally different. Totally different. The end of slavery. And now you have black men and women, parents of a child. There ain't no more slavery. It ain't no more force to be on a plantation. When you free, you're free. You can go and go where you want to go. For a woman to be roaming around, that's a dangerous thing. You can be assaulted or killed by whites as well as blacks. Because some black men didn't stay on the plantation. They did exactly what they were free. So being free, they went wherever they wanted to go. They just roamed around. And, I mean, committing crimes, trying to steal just to eat, trying to kill just to survive. And when it comes to women, it wasn't no such thing as no having the thought that it was something right or wrong for any woman. It can be a black woman or a white woman or even a Native American woman. Talking about pushing a woman down and forcing yourself on a woman. It was a lot of that happened. You can't, in your mind, you can't say that things didn't happen. Things happen to women. Not just black women, to white women. First, Native American. When slavery ended, there was a lot of people moving around. When slavery was in a lot of white people, not only black, but the white/European, they was pretty much stationary. Even though they could free to travel. But if you travel, you got to have somebody to oversee the slaves. So being stationary and just being there to oversee your property, you the owner of the slave, you got to have some overseers. You got to have somebody there on the plantation to oversee the slaves. But when slavery ended, since the white man don't have to be overseer of these black/African Americans who were formerly my property, I don't have to oversee them no. So now I'm free to travel too. I'm free to move, leave, go wherever I want to go, and just do something different. So like I said, when it comes to black/African American men being free, if you was a woman, if you just gonna go wherever you want, that's a very dangerous thing to think about. You got all these white men after slavery going around. Being a white woman, it wasn't no law. I mean, you had Union soldiers, but I mean, the possibility of a white woman being assaulted during that time, it was hardship for white/men and women as well. And for a white woman to live, it was a dangerous time for them as well. Because you had white men roaming around, moving around. And the possibility of being assaulted, being raped, was a strong possibility. Because it was a lot of chaos after the Civil War. So for the black woman, it was a dangerous time. It was a very dangerous time. For a black man, it was dangerous. Because the white man, they could still kill you. I mean, people could end up dead. I mean, but being free, and I had to just see, for a woman, it's dangerous. So it's always a possibility that the black woman could be assaulted, could be raped and killed by the black men after slavery. And if you didn't get killed, probably got pregnant with a child and trying to survive after slavery. For a woman, it's hard. No education. So you're not on the plantation no more, but you've been raised by your mother and your father to be a slave just like them. Now slavery over. Not only you trying to survive for yourself, now you thinking about your mother and your father, your grandmother and your grandfather, and possibly your child or children. And possibly a man or your husband. That's for the woman or the women. But when it comes for a man, a black man, at the end of slavery, you got a mama, a dad, grandmama, granddad, who were there on the plantation, close, possibly close to you, immediate family, probably, possibly. And could have possibly been married to a woman, possibly had children, a child or children. Now slavery ended. It's a hardship. It's difficult. Because you've been raised to be a slave by your mother and your father. Now slavery is over. It ain't no more teaching me to be a slave, not only from the whites, but as well as from the blacks. African American. You're not going to teach me to be a slave anymore. That's over. That's over. It's important because you had a generation of young people who didn't have no formal education whatsoever to survive in a new society that wasn't based on slavery anymore. So it's important to talk about it. The children that were born in 1861, 1862, 1863, 1864, and 1865. They were the small children. The children that were born in 1865, they very small. Just born. Some were still born in 1865. Slavery was still there. Then you had the children that were born in those months after June, who were born free. They were born free. But it wasn't. You have to see, for the mom and the dad, they were former slaves. Irregardless of what month, they were former slaves. In 1865, it don't matter what month of the year. The parents of a child in 1865, they were former slaves. The grandmama, the granddad were former slaves, as well as great grandmama, great granddad. They were former slaves. Could have probably had a sister or brother that was older than them, born a year or 2 years, or maybe, if you born a child in 1865, your sister and brother were born in slavery. And you were born at the end of slavery. See, these are the things that get passed on. And you say, why you spend that time talking about, think about the stories, just like Roots. You seen that movie Roots? Those stories got passed on for years. In detail. Well, see, it was a lot of people, a lot of black / African American who told that story. Because at that time, you weren't that far away. So you had a grandmama, a granddad, your mama, and your daddy who were former slaves. They know very well what it was like to be a slave. They know what it was because they were former slaves. Some people, a lot of people had the scars of slavery on their body. They know what it means to be a slave. And when slavery ended, they carried them scars with them to the day they died. Including their children. Some of their children were born in slavery. Then you had some children that were born after slavery. That's a scar as well. Because now you have a different society, not based on slavery, but there's now a different oppression, a legal oppression. Like we just talked about the Dred Scott case, which was a basis for ending slavery, but then another case came up. There were many cases that were being brought to the court, but one of them significant cases that got brought up, that Plessy versus Ferguson. Now you got slavery over. The Plessy versus Ferguson was dealing with all these black / African Americans living in a society with these white / Europeans. And the law eventually talked about this being separate. However, being separate supposedly been equal treatment according to the law. But the way the law was being interpreted wasn't fair. And so going from being slaves to now being free, but being free, there's not any equal accommodations. So they still gave a lot of people a lot of trouble economically, because from an economic point of view, you can't feed yourself, you can't clothe yourself, and you can't, shelter yourself. It's not fair. It's not equal. So now it's discrimination based on your ethnicity, your race, and so on and so forth. And so that made, again, life hard. And so, like I said, all these, and see, think about it. Many of those, just like in the Dred Scott case, they went from one state to another state. And then Dred Scott and his wife, they was over in the state of Missouri and trying to be free. And now you have, after the Civil War, people who are free, legally free, no longer slaves, but being discriminated against. And so that caused a problem, because when you try to work, you try to feed yourself, you try to clothe yourself, you try to shelter yourself. There was this legal thing where discrimination was the law. And so it really wasn't no jobs for any black / African American, except from an agricultural point of view, still doing stuff in the fields. And because that's what you know anyway, it's what you already know. And so you can provide for yourself that way, but you weren't going to never really just become financially prosperous, because you're always going to be in debt. You're going to always be in debt. You're going to always owe the owner of the land. And not only that, again, we have to, when it comes to even saying that you want to get an education, there again, separate and unequal. So when it comes to the government providing services for the citizenry, it wasn't fair. And this is the type of society that the former slaves and their children were living in. And when you get closer to the early 1900s, a lot of the little children who were born like 1861, 1862, 1863, 1864, 1865, as well as then from that point on, their slavery generation. The small children starting to grow up. By the time you get to 1860, 65, so 1870, 1875, 1880s, then you get to the 1890s. So you had a little child that was born 1861, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those children, the early 1900s, 70, 75, 1880s, 1890, early teens, late teens, coming close to being 18 years old. And those children, by the time you get to 1900, young adults, early 20s. Now remember, if a child was born in 1861, 1862, 1863, 1864, and 1865, this was when the Civil War was still being fought. Right in now 1865, some months, January, February, March, April, May, June. Those early months of the year 1865, slavery was still legal, still law. Then after June 1865, in July 1865, from July, August, September, October, November, December 1865, them months, slavery was over. Slavery was over. So those children that were born, all those children born during that period of time, that slavery generation, the late 1800s, they became younger. They were still teens, 17, 18 years old. Early 20s. You get to 1900. Them same children, they early 20s. In their early 20s. Now you got the Plessy versus Ferguson. Because when Plessy versus Ferguson was in the 1890s. Matter of fact, it was 1892. See, it hadn't became law yet. It hadn't, but the case was coming. And so, And so, like I said, it was coming to the point in the 1890s that this issue about separation of the races, the ethnicities, and all this being separate. And so being separate in society. And so, like I said, those children that were born in slavery or during slavery, even right at the end of slavery, they were coming to be young people, young adults. And so during that 1890, that's when the stuff started really getting into the court. Because people were free now. And see, like I said, you have to remember, a lot of those young people, those little children, they were becoming adults and were free and were moving about and being in contact with white men and white women. So there was this thing about being separate. We haven't got to the equal and unequal yet, but it's about this being separate. Now, it wasn't nothing that the black/African Americans, but it was what the white/European was saying about separation of the races or the ethnicities and all this. And so, getting to the law. In order for people to say things, it's got to be law. It's got to be law. And so it gets brought up in a court of law. And eventually the Plessy versus Ferguson became the law. Federal and state, local law. It became law. Separate. They claim it's saying that it's separate and equal, but in practice, it was separate and totally unequal. Because when you separate the blacks from the whites, it was like the whites in the first class of the trolley car or in a restaurant or something like that, or in, all this. But when you put the blacks/African Americans, you in the same trolley car, that was different. It wasn't equal. There was something that was being done to make it less, accommodating. If you had a trolley car, it might not be no seats. That's the point to make. The trolley car for the whites got seats, but the trolley car for the blacks, it's probably, it's considered to be a trolley car, but there ain't no seats. That's the point they were making. They claimed that it was equal, but it wasn't. And again, want to make sure we don't that them young people who were born right at the end of the Civil War and after, they were growing up. And during this same period of time that those young people were growing up, you had this law come up, separate and equal. The early 1900s. Think about it. Let's do our math again. If you was a child born 1861, 1863, 1864, and 1865, so then what? You do your math. After 1865, another 5 years would be what? 1870s. And then 1875. Then 1880. So that's what, about 15 years. So you got a child that's growing up. You're getting close to the 1880s. Then when you get to the 1890s, you got a young child that's really then turned to be 20 years old. You got a lot of young people who didn't survive slavery, born babies that were born at the end, right at the end of slavery, but slavery still in 1861, 1862, 1863, 1864. Then them first months of 1865, those are the children who were born in slavery. Then in the year 1865, after June, the children that were born in July, August, September, October, November, December, 1865. So those children go 1880, 1885. Them children, and they 15 years old, coming to another 5 years, they be in the 20s. Some of them be already 20s. Then you got the rest of them finna be in their 20s. And by the time you get to the 18 to 1900, and we're not forgetting the ones that were born even before 18, but we talking about the age group, because then by that time, a lot of those grandmama and granddad then got old. They were the ones who were born in slavery. Them, the grandmama and the granddad, they didn't got old by the time. By the time you get to 1880, they old. Now the parents of those children that were born in 1860, now they might have been in their 30s or 40s, but we think, let's just say they was in their early 20s. A lot of them were born in slavery, and they carrying the scars of slavery. They got whips on their bodies and all that hard work on the plantation. They sickly. Even though slavery old, the scars and the effects of slavery. The scars of slavery. You can see it. I mean, for a child to be born, you can look at your mom and your dad, you can see that they was a former slave. They carrying the scar on their backs, all over their body, being beat. So those children, they can look at their parents and see slavery, and they carrying the history of slavery. Because now the slave is over. A lot of those children, they don't really just have the scars of slavery, but being raised by a parent who's a former slave. That don't necessarily mean that the parent had knowledge of being a parent. Now, those parental instincts, but to a lot of people, being free meant just that, free. It's a possibility some people might abandon, been abandoned. But when we talk about slavery and coming out of slavery, the children, right at the end of slavery, in that age group, coming all the way up to the 1900s. So we want to make sure we put that in our mind. The history of slavery, a lot of it came from them. A lot of the information that we have today about slavery, the information that we have today, it came from the parents of the children who growed up right after slavery. Some were born in slavery. Some of those children were born in slavery, but not all of them. The ones that were born right after, that late 1800s and coming into the 1900s. Because it's important that we see who these people are and how the contribution that they made, just like this Plessy versus Ferguson. It was a lot of Plessys. It was a lot of Plessys. All over the United States, it was a lot of Plessys. This court case, it was a lot of people. There was a Plessy. Because when you look at Plessy, down in Louisiana, slavery was over. And let me add this on there. Because this person here, Homer Plessy, he one of the people we talking about. It says he was born around between 1858 and 1862. See, he one of the people we talking about. I'm going to talk about his age group. But the time that he was born, this is what we talking about. Right at the end of slavery. This is when he was born. Around about 1858 or 1862. Well, see, that's the age group we talking about. Right at the end of slavery, he was born. That's when he was born. So when he growed up, he was born during slavery. He was born a slave. And after slavery, he growed up. Now his mama and daddy, they were slaves. His grandmama and granddaddy, on both sides, they were slaves. So he knew the history of slavery from his mama, his daddy, his grandparents. He had the history of slavery, so he carried it with him. He hearing stories from his mama and his daddy. He was a little too young, because at the end of slavery, he was just a little baby, a little kid himself. So it's kind of hard for you to remember. But he got a mom and a daddy. They didn't live slavery. They brought a child into the world in a slave, as a slave. They lived slavery. Now they got a child who, during that period, 1858, 1862. Now you got a child, possibly some more children, who were born in slavery. But see, the point we want to make here is that Homer Plessy, he one of the children that we talking about. That at the end of slavery, it's important. Because what happened is the reason why we talking about it. When he growed up after slavery, you got all these children. Now the parents of the children, they don't have no education whatsoever. But you got all these children. They not born in slavery. No, it's not slavery anymore. So a lot of children, start getting education. Not the quality education, but start because the government tried to build a school for the blacks. It may have been a rundown shack, but the government will say, "Hey, as a government, we built a school for these little black children." Now, whoever the school teacher was, we don't even know how much education she had, he or she had. But that was considered a school. But this man, Homer Plessy, the age group, he was born right at the end of slavery, and then after slavery, he was still a little kid. He was a little toddler. He was a little toddler. So he growed up. When you get to 1892, his court case in 1890, he a young man in his early 20s. He a young man in his early 20s. And what kind of occupation did he have? Now for him, if you look at his background and all this about his mother and father and all that, and his all this about his grandparents and all this, and about their ethnicity and all that. And so for this person, that's the reason why this court case really got brought up in the state of Louisiana, as well as in America. When you had this man, as well as others, this age group came out of slavery. That's the reason why stuff started changing. This age group, young 20s, their early 20s and getting close to 30s, this age group not only came out of slavery, now slavery ended. So that on that point, the abolitionists, but it's becoming where blacks are starting to say things about not just being about their rights. That's the time period that you start dealing with, is that coming out of slavery, that point don't have to be argued no more. Because white people ain't even arguing with each other no more. They done fought the Civil War. As they say, what they call it, the brothers fighting against brothers. So the white people ain't even arguing about that no more. They done resolved it. So now it's another argument. But this time, see, you have to see. See, this is the reason why, like I said in my previous video, you have to comprehend what you read. You have to comprehend. You have to understand the time. There's a time period. Now the blacks are not all situated in one location, just like Plessy. He's in Louisiana. But the issue that we're talking about is talking about black people all around America. Talking about black people all around, black / African American, or all around America. Being around white / European American. And we know all these inventions. This is why we're talking about a trolley car. When we see that this young man, as well as other young black men and women, have been either born in slavery or born right after slavery. You get to 1890, look what happened. Look what happened. You started seeing, instead of talking about slavery or ending slavery, but now what you're talking about? You're talking about equality. You're talking about your rights as a citizen of the United States of America. And who doing the talking? It's not no white people, not just white people talking during the period of slavery. It was the majority of the whites doing the talking to end slavery. But now, here it is coming to the early 1900s. You got this young generation of black / African Americans. Not slaves, but Americans. Living in America. And what came up about rights and about this issue about being black, being white, and all these other titles. About people being around one another, human beings. And saying something about where you can and can't sit, where you can and can't go. But the thing that we don't overlook is who doing the talking. It was the blacks, as well as whites. You had some saying, you had the whites saying, no, but separate but equal. Some white people saying, no, separate. They ain't even say nothing about being separate. They saying everybody supposed to be equal. But the blacks was saying things. Not just in Louisiana, but all around America. So a court case came up. It wasn't the only court case. But then this one came up. And quite naturally, when you got some kind of education, you got a little education. You got a little more education than other black or colored Negro. That's another thing, being identified, not just as a nigger, but being classified as being a black or being colored or being Negro. But the thing about it is that it just wasn't the whites talking. It was the blacks. It was the coloreds talking. And then when they talked in a way that had an impact, an effect on the whole society. In the court of law, it had an effect on the whole society. But it was that generation. Some born in slavery, some born a little bit after slavery, some born during that 1865. That generation was getting close to 1900. That generation was getting to 1900. And all these inventions, there's a lot of things being invented. And so this generation was talking about their rights. That was a significant change that has to be highlighted. It has to be highlighted. That the black / African Americans were talking about their rights as an American, talking about their rights. Directly and indirectly. It could have been Frederick Douglass, even during slavery, before slavery, was talking about ending slavery and all that. Then after slavery, was still being an activist, even after slavery. Booker T. Washington and all this. But it was that generation that got people's attention. It got the white man's attention. That generation is talking about their rights. Some talking directly, and then others talking through whites the indirect way. But still, that generation was talking. Then you get to the 1900s. Now we know about the Plessy versus Ferguson. And we see the age group. That's the age group we talking about. Because when he was born, he was one of those children that were born around, they saying around about 1858, 1862, somewhere around there. That's the age group we talking about. And then he lived all the way up until oh, 1925. I had to scroll back up. But he lived all the way up until 1920s, to the early 1900s. See, that's that age group that we was talking about. They were born either right at the end of slavery or right after slavery. And see the impact that they made. That's the reason why we highlight that generation. Because they made an impact. They made an impact. Because see, it wasn't just Plessy by itself. It was a group of people, a group that was talking. And it started in order for you to go into the court, to take it to court. Because when you live in a society, you trying to buy things, you trying to pay for things, you trying to use things. Just like you got to eat, you got to have clothing, you got to have shelter. These things are important in that post-Civil War society. So there's no more raising children to be slaves. Now we raising children to do what? To be shoe shiners, to be maids, and to be servants. To the whites. Instead of being a slave, you being a servant. And you possibly get some kind of pay instead of just doing work for free. Now you get some kind of financial pay. And then what you do with your pay, you feed yourself, you clothe yourself, and you provide shelter for yourself. And when you do that, see, this is the reason why this court case became so important. Because you got this generation that's not a slave. See, this is what has to be highlighted. When you're not a slave no more, when you're not a slave, but you work, you can still be working for the same people that was a slave owner as a sharecropper, but you getting paid. And then when you get paid, what do you do with your pay? Now, instead of begging the master for something to eat, now you go buy what you want to eat. Now, instead of living in the slave quarters, now you go pay for you somewhere to stay. Now, instead of the master giving you clothes, now you take the pay that you got from doing work and you go buy you somewhere to stay. And buy you some clothes, buy you some food. It's becoming important now. That generation is important now. Now you can see now. The society is different now. It's different. It's totally different now. You got all these former slaves and the children. So when the children grow up, they not growing up in a slave society. They growing up in a society where you got to pay money. So now you got to know how to read. You got to have some basic understanding, because when you got paid, you got to know what to do with it. You got to know how to count. See, it became necessary to give education to the black/African American, because it ain't no more slavery. You got to have education now. How you gonna tell a colored man that you can't be on a trolley car when you can't read? You don't know what the hell he's talking about. It ain't no more slavery. So you trying to tell me that the blacks go over here and the whites go over there? How I'm supposed to know that? I'm just supposed to sit there and watch the whites ride on that car. Now if I go step on the same car with them, so what you gonna do? To tell me not to ride, you just gonna push me off of it. It's a sign that's saying whites, and there's another sign saying blacks or colors. So it becomes necessary in this society that you got to start providing education, because you got a generation now. From this point on, you're going to have all these black children being born. And in this society, all these inventions, you got trolley cars, the rails being built. Now these blacks going to be going to work. And they're going to get paid. So they're going to pay taxes too. Now you're going to pay taxes. Because you weren't paying no taxes when you was a slave. Now you working. Now you're going to pay taxes. See, it becomes necessary in that society that the people who were former slaves got to have some kind of way of learning how to read, write, learn how to count. Because society different. It's no longer a slave society. So now this society is. So now you begin to see now what's being done. It's no longer a slave society. We got to keep saying it. And all these inventions are being invented. It becomes part of the culture. It's part of the culture. Just think about a guitar and a harmonica. Think about a musical instrument. They had been invented too. See, these things are important that you highlight when it comes to inventions. It becomes part of the culture. And that's what we're looking at with all these inventions. It's supposedly making life more convenient. When you got a horse, there was a time when you got on that horse's back, you put a saddle. When you put that saddle on that horse's back, that was an invention. So you could ride that horse. Then they had other inventions added to the saddle, where you can put your rope. That was another invention. See, it's a variety of saddles. Then where you put your feet. That was another invention to the saddle. The material that you use for the saddle. See, it was all kinds of inventions. It made life more convenient. See, this is what it means about separate and unequal. If a black man rode on the horse, you ain't get no damn saddle. The white man and the white woman, they got the saddle and you didn't. You just jumped on the horse's back. Because that was considered a luxury. Separate and equal. That was considered to be equal. You got the horse. So get on the horse and ride it. The white man and the white woman, they got the saddle. But instead of just riding on the saddle, then you put the carriage on the back of the horse. You gonna ride in that carriage? No, you're not. The white man and the white woman, they gonna ride in their horse-driven carriage. And where you gonna ride? In the back. You're not gonna ride in the front with the white man and the white woman in their horse-driven carriage. You're gonna be back there in the luggage, back on the back. See, this is the culture. This is the culture. It's not slavery no more. You're not looked at as being a slave no more, but you're being looked at as being colored. Your title has changed from being a slave, being property. You're not no longer property no more, but now you're a title based on your race. You're colored or you're a Negro. You've been a nigger all the time. You'll still be referred as a nigger. But in this society, you're going to be identified not as a slave, not as being property. But you're going to be identified just being colored or Negro. And in that society, we got to make some rules and regulations. We got to make some rules and regulations. So it comes up in the court. It comes up in the court. Plessy versus Ferguson. We done already dealt with Dred Scott about being free. We didn't already address that. We done fought the Civil War. So that's over. That part of that's over. Now we on another subject. Being identified. Being white, being black, being African or European or whatever, being Caucasian or being Negro. Being colored. And what do it mean in society? If you being identified being colored, we separate from you. If you're not white, you're not white. So you be over there. And I'm going to be over here. When you use your money, there's a certain time for you to come to the store and buy stuff because the whites come in at a certain time. See, this whole society now is based on skin color. The whole society is now based on skin color. We got all these inventions. You got all this intelligence to invent all these inventions, and you gonna identify somebody by their skin color. So this is what society is. The young children who were right at the end of slavery are being vocal about their rights. So now you got a court case, Plessy versus Ferguson, then come behind it. But during that period of time, this is what society was based on. Skin color. See, it's important that we talk about these things. Because Plessy, as you know, as well as all those people in Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, and so on and so forth. Came in slavery. And like I said, when Plessy was growing up, some of his family members may have been white and all this stuff. But he always knew, like his family members knew, that the people who was in Louisiana suffered through slavery. And it wasn't no different for them. So these things came up. It affected everybody. Because here it is, he's supposedly be some kind of octoroon or whatever. But he can't even get on a car with the whites. See, it was a lot of people like him. It was a lot of people like him. In Tennessee, Arkansas, in Alabama, it was a lot of octoroons. It was a lot of mixed race people. It was a lot of them in Texas, in Oklahoma. It was a lot. In Missouri, in Kentucky. It was a lot of men and women walking around. Half white, half black. Or half black, half First American, Native American. It was a lot of people who had mixed heritage, what we call mixed. Instead of just being a human being, it's got to be all these distinctions being made. You white / European, you black / African. And then when you say African, then you got Afro-Asiatics, you got Nilo-Saharans, then you got all the Niger Congo, then you got all the Quay, and then you got all the Sand people. See, all these distinctions. Then you mix like Plessy. So he couldn't even get on, even though he was mixed. Even though he most likely probably looked like a white man. The way they talking. He probably looked like a white man. I'm talking about he could probably just stand there and you'll swear up and down. It wasn't no tan on him, period. But just knowing who his family members were, they just knew that he was mixed. But if you looked at him, he didn't have no tan on him, period. And his hair was just like a white man. So when you looked at him, you couldn't tell, but when you knew who his family was, then the people around that area, they knew that he was a mixed person. So when you got on a trolley car, he got on the trolley car with some whites. And, no, you can't get on here with us. You got to go over there with the rest of the colors and the rest of the blacks. But see, that generation, It wasn't just him because it was all the blacks, including whites. Was being vocal about this same issue. People who was in disagreement with this, the issue necessarily didn't come out to be like it was in the Civil War, where it got to the point where a war was fought. But this time, an issue that came up that's very important, it got fought in a court of law. Now, still having to deal with it today. Even in today, it still gets looked at in the law, and people, for some reason, they try to bring up some kind of issue where they can try to claim that it's some kind of argument, legal argument that they have in support of discrimination, racial prejudice, racial bias, things of this nature. But that court case, as well as Dred Scott case, it get looked at even today. But that time period is important. Because behind that Plessy versus Ferguson, society was shaped in such a way. And then how do you enforce when the court this is another thing. When the court heard the case, it really wasn't no legal way of saying that you're going to enforce it. Now they're saying that if they had local laws or state before he went to court, before he went to Plessy versus Ferguson, before he went to court, if you violate some kind of ordinance, like local ordinance, like Plessy, you can end up with some kind of fine, or you can probably end up doing some couple days in the jail. You get punished because it claimed that you didn't violate the law. And so when you violate the law, it's some kind of punishment. And so they want to argue that it's wrong. You trying to punish people just because they want to ride on a trolley car. And let us not forget, we're not in a slave society anymore. So if this man, as well as other black, you got the money to ride on a trolley car, then ride on the trolley car. See, they didn't make an issue about whether you could ride on the trolley car or not. They just made an issue about whether you were black or white and where you gonna sit. But they ain't say nothing about if you a black man, you got the money to pay the ride on the trolley car. They didn't make an issue about that. But they made an issue about being your skin color. See, this is one of the things we highlight about bringing things up, is that in a slave society, there wasn't no such thing as you have no money. Because you were property yourself. Your slave owner, who was white, owned you. You was property. Now, in today's society, you can have money. You can go buy you whatever you want. But you couldn't buy no slave. Because slavery was against the law. For everybody. Slavery was against the law. So that on that issue, that was over. There wasn't no such thing as any person owning another person. That was against the law. So when you talking about a black man like Plessy or other blacks using your money to pay for goods and services, that wasn't no issue. If you wanted to buy you some clothes, you wanted to buy you some food, that wasn't the issue. If you want to pay for you somewhere to stay, that wasn't no even brought up as an issue. But what came up was about being black and being in company of whites and whites being in a company of blacks. It's got to be separate. Separation of the races. That's what's coming up. That's an issue. So it got put in the court. And the court made the decision. And so they said that it was legal to separate but equal. It was legal according to the law, according to the interpretation at that time. But as we see today, the law don't be interpreted that way. The so-called law, it don't get interpreted that way. But at that time, it was a significant ruling because society was shaped by that court ruling. And so, when you say separate and supposedly be equal, the whole society was shaped then based on that court ruling. So when you get to the early 1900s, you had all this separate but equal stuff. So when we be talking about the historically black colleges and universities, separate but equal. That's the reason why you have historically black colleges and universities, because it was separate and equal. You couldn't go to another school, you couldn't go to a college or a university with the whites. So they created this historically black / historically black colleges and universities, black / African American, colored, Negro, whatever, colleges and universities. That's what we talking about. We talking about how they had colleges and universities and the blacks couldn't go to those schools. So they had to make the historically black colleges and universities for the blacks. That's what we talking about. Separate and equal. That's an example. That's one example. So you'll be in your brain, so it'll be in your mind what we talking about. When we come talking about the law, when you're talking about colleges and universities, think about the historically black colleges and universities. Why was there a need for the historically black colleges and universities? Why you just didn't say colleges and universities? Because it was separate and equal. You got to separate the whites from the blacks and the blacks from the whites. As well as the native, First American native, it meant the same thing. And the Mexicans, meant the same thing. The whites wanted to be separate from you too. They wanted to make sure that it was white people on top and everybody else on the bottom. Because when we talk about the historically black colleges and universities, it wasn't the same funding from the government. It wasn't. It wasn't no quality education. It was separate and supposedly being equal. But it was a whole lot of discrimination. A whole lot of unfair things being done. It wasn't equal. And that was always being brought up in the court, that it wasn't equal. And that this whole notion of trying to separate groups of people by their race and their ethnicity and all this about your language and your religion and all these other things that you try to use to try to differentiate people, human beings, is unconstitutional. And so, it's important to talk about these things because that's how society was shaped. When you get to the 1900s, because of that Plessy versus Ferguson, society was shaped by that ruling. The way blacks being treated was based upon that ruling. From that point on, based on that court ruling, the way white people treated blacks was because of their ruling. It was the law. It became the law. Federal, state, and local. It was the law. Separate but equal, supposedly. But it wasn't equal. It wasn't fair. And so it's important to highlight these things. People lived in all type of places around. People lived in Louisiana, lived in Mississippi, lived in Alabama, lived in Texas and Oklahoma, lived in Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, as well as Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, so on and so forth. Maryland. It was separate but equal. Separate but equal. When you get to the early 1900s, because of these things, they had this migration. It was already a migration earlier, going up north. From the south, coming up north to places like the city of Chicago, as well as others, to the state of Wisconsin, the state of Indiana, the state of Minnesota, the state of Iowa, coming up to the state of Michigan, Ohio. People were coming from all these various locations coming up north because you had these in industry things, being all these inventions that we've been talking about, all these accommodations. When these inventions were being invented, they were being made in these northern cities. The South was still mostly agricultural. But the northern cities, a lot of industry, a lot of factories. So they needed workers. Needed people to work in these factories. And you get some kind of pay, some money to work in a factory. Now, World War I and all that stuff. But we talking about the early 1900s. So we trying to deal with race. See, we had to get this out of, you go from one thing to the next. You went from slavery, so now you're in something else. Now it's, instead of just being a nigger, because you're a slave, it wasn't no worrying about mixing and all that, because it was just slavery. But now, slavery over. So now it's this thing, you got to separate everybody. You got to separate all them whites. And then you got to separate all these damn colored people, all these Negroes. You got to be separate. There ain't no such thing as living around each other, no. Using the same water fountain and all that. No. No. It's separate but equal. So now this is how you raise a child. This is how you raise a child. You raise a white child that you white. And that you don't mix with blacks. And then you raise, as a parent, you went from being a slave, teaching your child to be a slave. Now, you're a black man, black woman, you have a child, you raising your child to respect the culture. You don't mix with the whites. You stay over here. Where we live is where we live, and where they live is where they live, and this is how you raise your child now. Separate but equal. That's how you raise a child now. Separate but equal. And so, this whole thing about migration and the reason for it. And so, when we talking about how society was set up, it was still these southern states. Even though the Civil War was over, it was the political grouping. They still tried to group themselves and tried to hold on to their ideology. But some other states didn't. They And so, if you don't have any knowledge of history, you void of truth. You don't have the understanding of why society is where it is today. And so when we talk about the law, see, these are things that whites did on a regular basis. They claim that they tried to live by some kind of ideology. And based on that ideology, they built a society based on, and the ideology based on hatred and bigotry and bias, prejudice, based on all lies. Because all you're doing is lying. And when it comes to this so-called law, they enacted all these laws to oppress black/African American, the Niger Congo. Because let us not forget that this whole Arab slave trade, East African slave trade, West African slave trade, or transatlantic slave trade, the people who were being enslaved, the Niger Congo. Now, other groups of people live on the continent, Afro-Asiatics, Nilo-Saharans, live on the skin just as dark as anybody else's, and so on and so forth. They were not enslaved. But the Niger Congo were enslaved. And so when it comes to what we talking about here in America, is the so-called law. All these laws, federal, state, and local laws were imposed to oppress black/African Americans. And like we said, blacks became more vocal about their rights because you start getting more. See, let's not forget, society was built at first on a slave society. And so it really wasn't no need for you to know how to read, write, do arithmetic or anything. All you do is work all day and night. But when you change society from a slave society to now it's a society with all these inventions and stuff, all this stuff being made. Now, these former slaves, they got money. You got money. And when you have money, see, it's not that you can't say that a black person can't have money in the law because they're, and when you invent all these inventions, somebody got to do the work. And see, some of these white people, they didn't want to do the work. They want, so they're going to pay you to do the work that they don't want to do. Even if it was a service job, even if it's take out the trash or shine shoes. Then no white man want to shine those shoes. But he want to get his shoes shine. And he'll pay you shine his shoes. That's what we talking about. He didn't want to be a shoe shiner. Even though you can make money shining shoes. Even though you can make money shining shoes, the white man didn't want to shine those shoes. So the white man will pay the black man to be a shoe shiner. Even though you can make money. The white woman didn't want to be a cook. Even though you can Even though you can get paid being a cook and a maid. The white woman didn't want to be no maid, didn't want to be no cook. Even though you can get paid. It was certain jobs that the white man and white woman didn't want to work. They wanted all the management jobs. They wanted to get paid those for them doing that type of work. And then all the other jobs, the blacks will do it. And then when the blacks do that work, you get paid for it. The goods and services. It wasn't quality. The clothes you bought, supposedly because of your race, your clothes were different than white people's clothes. It was of a lesser quality. The food that you ate, even though you weren't eating slave food, but still, you were eating pork, beef, or whatever, because you had money, you can buy what's in the store. But it wasn't the quality of the white people's food, supposedly. If you had some salt and some pepper, I mean, quality, salt and pepper. Well, some things naturally, if you have an apple and an orange, I guess the quality, I guess you judge quality how long it's been sitting there. And if you see a rotten apple sitting in the store and that's the only apple you can buy, I guess that'll be the way you can judge being black or white. Just leave an apple sitting there. If you see an apple that's bright red, you black, you can't buy that apple because that's for the whites. But when you see an apple in a store that's rotten, that's for the blacks. You can buy that with your money because you black. See, the quality wasn't there, but you still had money and you could spend your money. If you're talking about buying something, talking about renting you a place to stay, it's going to be the same thing. However they judge whites and blacks. When you see a white person where they live, and then you see where a black person rent, you couldn't even go over there and take your money and live where a white person lives. Because it looked different. Supposedly, they built that house for the white people and it was of a better quality. Then the place for a black person to live, it was of a lesser quality. But that's what you could spend your money on. They still didn't nobody say nothing. You couldn't spend money. But you just had to spend your money on a lesser quality product and service. It makes a difference when you take time to understand history. Because that what Plessy versus Ferguson was. Separate and supposedly equal. But it wasn't. It was discrimination all across the board. Federal, state, and local. And whatever you tried to do with your money, it was discrimination. Even with the pay. They didn't pay you equally to do the same work. You got paid less. In the Southern society, it was mostly agriculture. You got paid less You got paid. I mean, sharecropping, you got paid. But you got paid less. And then you got charged excessive interest when you got in debt. And it was the same thing with a lot of black men and women leaving the South, coming up north to these factories. Discrimination, prejudice, bias. That's what Plessy versus Ferguson means. Separate but equal. But it wasn't equal. But in the law, it said separate but equal. But in practice, it wasn't. Because they had some other laws called the Jim Crow laws. It wasn't no separate, but it wasn't no equal. And so that was the thing that made society appear to be somewhat changed from what it used to be. But it really hadn't changed except forced slavery. It was still the hatred of Niger Congo people. It was still the hatred for the people that had been enslaved, forced enslaved, the Niger Congo. And so a lot of people made that choice and decision to leave the South. They had been doing it, on leaving the South for a supposedly better life in these northern cities. But not necessarily life was better. But all that agrarian, that agricultural society. And see, you have to also look at, didn't nobody stop nobody. Nobody stopped anybody from leaving the South. A lot of people did leave the South, and when they learned about, found a way, a route that led up north, a lot of people ended up in Chicago. And then again, we had accommodation, we had inventions like the car and the railroad and things like this. When you had money, you could use your money to use those goods and services. And that's how a lot of black men and women ended up in Chicago and other northern cities. You see, we're coming up to the point where you're in the early 1900s. In another event that came up, which was World War I. You see, a lot of black men and women in the U.S. military. See, all this discrimination, all this hatred, all this stuff, all this bias and discrimination was coming up. And all this fighting in wars and things of this nature, claiming that the Europeans are over there fighting against each other, against some kind of oppression, some kind of things. That's what the blacks in the African Americans fighting against. Totalitarianism, oppression. But the whites don't want each other to be living up under some kind of totalitarian, some kind of dictatorship, some kind of authoritarian rule. But that's what the blacks / African Americans had to deal with, authoritarianism, with all this Jim Crow laws, all this federal, state, and local passing all kind of Jim Crow laws, and then having the white police. Authoritarianism, totalitarianism. So things like that was coming up. It was an issue. Because you got all these blacks / African Americans being put in the U.S. military to go and fight in a war. Sacrificing their lives. And people don't even respect you as a human being. You see, this is what the World War I was one of the things that got brought up about this same issue, about this Plessy versus Ferguson. Because when you got all these black men in the U.S. military, then you got all these white women and these white men in the U.S. military, all this separate but equal. Separate but equal. And World War I was in what, 1916? 1914 through 1918. through 1918. And so, that period of time, a lot of black / African Americans living in all these northern cities, including the city of Chicago. And all this about the law, Plessy versus Ferguson, separate and unequal. Supposed to be equal, separate. The law says separate but equal, but it wasn't. Then you got all these Jim Crow laws and all this other stuff. That was the law. And so, just like Plessy, a lot of, by this time, you had these historically black colleges and universities, and all this about separate but equal. You have all these historically black colleges. Some of these historically black colleges and universities, they were started before the 1900s. They were started in the, even around Civil War times. Some historically black colleges and universities were started around that time. You know, was started around, before the Civil War. And then some of them were started right after the Civil War as a result of the Reconstruction. Some historically black colleges and universities were started during, after the Civil War. I think it was like what Tuskegee, for example, Tuskegee. What's his name? Booker T. Washington. Started after the Civil War. Historically black college and university. It's a lot of historically black college and university, separate but equal. And so when you had all these historically black colleges and universities, you had young men and young women, and not forget, these young men and young women, they came to these schools. Their mothers and fathers, born in slavery, their grandmama and granddad, they had these stories. They had this history. A lot of their mother and father got the scars of slavery on their bodies. A lot of them. Scars on their bodies. Their grandparents, scars on their body. From slavery. And so when you talk about these historically black colleges and universities, and you talking about this Plessy versus Ferguson, see, talking about some separate but equal. And then you see all these Jim Crow laws and all this discrimination. When it comes to funding from the federal government and from the state as well as local government, it wasn't no equality. The majority of historic black colleges and universities had to survive off philanthropy, donations. They had to survive off donations because the government wouldn't give funding for these historically black colleges and universities. And so, when it comes to people coming up to the city of Chicago, see some of the men and women who had graduated, some, they knew about the migration, people leaving the South and things of this nature. Some people didn't go to college, but some people did have some basic education, how to read. But there again, separate but equal. Separate but equal. And so when you've seen a lot of men and women, they had limited education. Some people were uneducated, totally uneducated, a lot after slavery. Because during slavery, it wasn't no such thing as being educated. But then after slavery, it was like undereducated. As well as not only undereducated, but also miseducated, which lied or just didn't tell you, period. Which is still basically the same thing. You just weren't informed about a lot of information as whites were, because it was separate but equal. But it wasn't equal. And so, And then, so it's important that we talk about these things because it's information that need to be looked at, and the point of view of people should not be encouraged. People should not think that what people did in the past is right, to oppress other people. Prejudice, bias, racism, bigotry, things of that nature should not be condoned. It shouldn't be condoned. And so we know that after slavery, you had people, little kids, little children, right at the end of slavery. And then right after slavery was over in 1865. And then, of course, children were being stolen. But that generation right there, that generation sparked a change. And that what brought this Plessy versus Ferguson. That what brought about that Plessy versus Ferguson. Because that generation started growing up. And when that generation started growing up, becoming adults, that generation became vocal about the society in its treatment of African American, black / African American. And the way this generation became vocal is through the court, the law. And so people were migrating from a lot of black / African American had already been leaving the South and coming up north to these northern cities, like I said earlier. And you had to have some kind of knowledge, some kind of education to know where you're going. Because you mess around and be walking in circles. You had to have some kind of route that you can go. That, for you to end up in Chicago or somewhere in Indianapolis or somewhere in the state of Wisconsin or somewhere in Iowa somewhere. And then when a lot of black / African American came up to the city of Chicago, the conditions, it was Jim Crow all across. Racism was all across America. Racism was everywhere. And like I said, in the early 1900s, it was Plessy versus Ferguson. And during the early 1900s, see, a lot of black / African American was getting a basic education. They're talking about this newspaper. And so when I look at this newspaper in that time period, they talking about 1916. And saying that they had sent the newspaper down. Well, I mean, if you're going to send a newspaper down, apparently somebody they know how to read will read the newspaper. Because it ain't for no whites. The Chicago Defender. It wasn't a white newspaper. But it was one of those black-owned newspapers. And so but some, not all, but some African American had obtained some form of education, learn how to read. And so some people, because they learned how to read, they left wherever they was at, or told somebody else in their family that they can go to the city of Chicago. And that's what they did. They came up to the city of Chicago, and people having some kind of basic education, learn how to count, because that's an important thing. If you're gonna survive in a society, it's really necessary for you to know how to count, because now you're in a society where it's not a slave society, where for a black man, you're a slave. It really wasn't necessary for you to know how to read, or know how to write, or to know how to count, or know any kind of thing about math, because you was a slave. And that's all there is to it. You're a slave. You didn't, but when you're not a slave, then it becomes necessary for you to know how to read, write, and do math. So the Chicago Defender saying that it was like a better life in Chicago as well as in these northern cities. And so a lot of people, because of that newspaper, what that newspaper said, the Chicago Defender newspaper said, left wherever they was at in the South and moved up to Chicago, and thinking that it was a better life, compared to what they was experiencing where they was at. And so all this about the oppression experienced by blacks in all these various forms. Some that should not be overlooked. Shouldn't be pushed to the side. Oh, it ain't important. No, it is important. It's important to talk about. And it's things that's being being told about the experiences of black/African Americans who was already living in the city of Chicago, and then you had people coming to the city of Chicago because of what alleged prosperity they can have. And so a lot of discrimination in the city of Chicago during that time. Now we talking about after, before World War One, and then when World War One ended, before the Great Depression, which was in the 1930s, the Great Depression. A lot of black men and black women who was living in the city of Chicago were relegated to certain parts of the city. But if it weren't for other black men and women, a lot of black men and women would have never survived. Would have never survived. And so, because of the black men and women who were already living in the city of Chicago, other black men and women were able to come up to the city of Chicago and try to build a life. But it was a lot of racism and things of this nature in the city of Chicago. See, a lot of them white people that were living down there, they can go wherever they wanted to anyway. So they, when you left the South, they left the South with it, and still were trying to use bigotry and bias and prejudice against black/African Americans. And a lot of black/African Americans tried to help other black/African Americans to survive in the city of Chicago. Tried to help them to survive. And they had to, address this thing with this mob, gangster, mobster stuff when they came up north. And so when they come to the dirty sheiks and the wailing shebas in the city of Chicago, that was the two groups. That were the two so-called gangs that was in the city of Chicago that was, had the influence. And what others tried to do, they weren't successful. What others tried to do, they weren't successful. But the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers, they maintained the influence in the city of Chicago, even today. And so, the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers, see, they came out of that. When we was talking about earlier about that generate like Plessy. See, that's where it came from. Them the people that, not necessarily about color, but it's that age group. That age group that came out of slavery sparked a change. That age group sparked a change in American society. That age group. And see, some of the people in that age group were living in Chicago, were living in the state of Illinois. But it was that age group that sparked a change. See, some people left the South, came up to the city of Chicago. Their mama and their daddy were former slaves. Their grandmama and granddad were former slaves, if they were still alive. Now, the grandmama and granddad got too old. Most likely they had passed away. But see, some of the young people like Plessy, some of his mother and father, by him being at the age he was in the early 1890s, by the time you get to the 1900s, he passed away in 1925. So that age group, that's the age group. And so when it comes to the people living in the city of Chicago, that migration, some of his children. But see, that age group, that what came up to Chicago. Their grandmama, their great grandmama and granddad already passed away, who were in slavery. See, we only 50 years from slavery, so from 1865 to the 1900s, you about 40 years from slavery. About 40 years from slavery. And so when you get to the 1900s, then 1910, when you get to World War I, how many years we from slavery? About 60. Not necessarily, that's not necessarily a long period of time. About 60 years from slavery. So some of the people who experienced slavery, or their family, their immediate or extended family, they experienced slavery, they were still alive. And they had all this history about slavery. So the migration, people migrating from the South, coming up north, not just to the city of Chicago, but to the north period. They had a lot of history. I'm talking about the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers. Some of their grandparents know their great grandparents, they experienced slavery. Because in the period of time we talking about the sheiks and the sheepers, you talking about the early 1900s when it started. Around 1915, 1920, 1910. How many years you from slavery? The Civil War ended in 1865. 1865 to 1875, that's 10 years. From 1865 to 1885, that's 20 years. From 1865 to 1895, that's 30 years. So that's just 30 years. 1895. From 1865 to 1895. That's 30 years. That ain't number 30 years. From slavery. Then from 1865 to 1905. That's 40 years. So you get 50 years, you be 1915. And World War I started in 1914. You just not 50 years from slavery. You just not 50 years from slavery. 1915. So when it comes to the city of Chicago, the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, the early 1900s. See, these are the things that had to be highlighted. And then when people came to the city of Chicago, it was racism all around America. Plessy versus Ferguson, they already heard their case. So on the south side of Chicago, it was life wasn't no fairy tale. I mean, it was hard. It was a hard life to live, even even for the established blacks. Life was a hard way to live. But the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, they tried to help the blacks who came up to the city of Chicago. They tried to help. They did. They tried to help. They tried to help. That's what they tried to do. That's what the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep was trying to do. They tried to help other blacks on the south side of Chicago, and then later on the near west side. See, that's something that gets should be highlighted, how people get discriminated against, but still they get charged higher mortgages and higher rent and things of this nature. But when you try to get a job, you get discriminated against in hiring. But when you're trying to find a place to stay, and then you do find a place to stay, you get charged higher rent than the whites. And that's what the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, they tried to help. They tried to help other blacks in the city of Chicago, as well as those who were coming up to the city of Chicago. It wasn't just leave you sitting there. I mean, once a lot of black men and women came up to the city of Chicago, the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep would help you, but they ain't stop helping you. They ain't stop. And because of the whites in all these various locations in the city of Chicago, where the state of Illinois, whatever came available, that's what the sheets and the sheepers would do. They would try to help the black men and women go from one part of the town to the other. You may have started out on the south side of Chicago, but then you could probably end up on the west side of Chicago. And that's because the sheepers and the sheiks. And see that influence, this influence is not just in the city of Chicago. But see, when the Chicago Defender be telling people to come up to the city of Chicago, and then you got this group, this so-called gang called the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheep. Their influence goes outside the city of Chicago. It wasn't just in the city of Chicago, but the people. Because a lot of people were taught. Some people who came up to the city of Chicago, they left family members behind. They'll write them a letter and tell them about the city of Chicago. They know how to read and write. That's what they would do. People would tell people about their experiences once they got to the city of Chicago. They would tell other people about the experience. So the people would tell other people about the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheep and the things that they had done. Tried to help them. And so, yeah, it's important that that we talk about things like this, because the good that people do should be highlighted. That's the reason why I spent the time I did, because I feel that people that did good should be acknowledged and should be recognized for the good that they done. And it should not be just swept away. But the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheep, they did a good thing, trying to help black men and black women who were coming up to the city of Chicago, and tried to help. They tried to help. And see, that's the thing about looking at the time period. Like I said on my previous video, see all this stuff about religion. The 1945 discovery of the Nehemiah Library. You got people coming up to the city of Chicago who had already, and then you got people who had already been migrating to the city of Chicago. And then you think about all these white people who had access to education, what we call education. And whatever it is that was being taught at these colleges and universities about Gnosticism and talking about the material world is evil, and how the Neoplatonists had already said that the demiurge was a benevolent God and desired a world of good. The so-called Gnostics tried to distort the information. But people coming up to the city of Chicago, it wasn't anything that anybody had to hear. Because what they taught about Gnosticism at all these colleges and universities around the world before the 1945 discovery of the Nehemiah Library was that Gnosticism was a heresy. It wasn't anybody finna go around and dispute that fact. But the 1945 discovery of the Nehemiah Library, some leftover Gnostic writing, that didn't get destroyed by Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church in the year 367 AD. Because Gnosticism had been banned from the service, from the Catholic Church service, had been banned. So it's no, it's no reason for any human being to think that Gnosticism is something that's important, because it's not. It's not important. It's just some leftover Gnostic writing that didn't get destroyed. When I think about the dirty sheets and the wedding shivas, and how they created the imperial chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers. It's important that we highlight these things. Because like I said, people should be acknowledged and recognized for the good that they do. And that's what I was doing. I was acknowledging and recognizing the good that the dirty sheets and the wedding shivas did. But I'm not going to spend too much time today. But what I want to do, I want to continue to talk about things like this because it's important. It's important. But I'm still going to get my reading in. That's really why, I was able to get up this morning and get myself together. But I still want to do my reading. So like I said, I wanted to spend the time and acknowledge and recognize the dirty sheets and the wailing shivas for the good that they had done for black/African Americans, because there was a lot of black/African Americans who were already oppressed and was afflicted, and including themselves. You see, the dirty sheets and the wailing shivas weren't white people, but they were blacks, helping blacks, or /African Americans, helping African Americans. And like I said, they were part of it. You know, they were part of that generation after, you know, possibly could have been born at that time period, right at the end of slavery. Mom and dad, grandmom and granddad were slaves. Had the scars from being on a plantation. And so they had stories themselves, so they knew. And then after slavery, all this Jim Crow, all this with the Ku Klux Klan. They knew. And they tried to help other blacks /African Americans. So I'm still gonna do my reading, and let me see. The last time I did my reading, I read Sirach, chapter 31, verses 1 through 31, and also I read Adversity and Heresies, Translated Me Against Heresies. Read book 1, chapter 29, verse 2, book 2, chapter 30, verses 8, book 3 I already finished. Book number 4, chapter 30, verse 2. Book number 5, chapter 32, verse 2. And the Shepherd of Hermas, I read the 3rd book, Similitudes. I read the 6th Similitude, chapter 2. And I also read St. Ignatius of Antioch to the Smyrnaeans. Read the shorter version, chapter 5. I also read St. Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna. Read the Epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians, chapter 11. Also read St. Justin Martyr, the Fragments of the Lost Works of Justin of the Resurrection. Read chapter 6. Then, of course, St. Athanasius, Bishop of Alexander, development of the canon of the New Testament. And also St. Epiphanes of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book, the Panarium, that's translated in Greek, Panarium Latin, it means bread basket. Read book 2, first section of book 2, section 4, part 63, 1 through 4, 8. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go to, I could go to BibleStudyTube.com, but I'm going to go to the BibleGateway.com. Bible Gateway, like BibleStudyTruth.com. They have all available versions of the Holy Bible with the Apocrypha, the Common English Bible, the Dewey Rings 1899 American Edition, the Good News Translation. That's usually where I go to, Good News Translation. The New Revised Standard Version Anglicized, and the New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition, and also the Revised Standard Version and the Wycliffe Bible. So let me scroll back up into the Good News Translation. And like I said, I'm reading from the book, The Wisdom of Sirach. So I'm reading chapter 32, The Wisdom of Sirach, verses 1 through 24. Now, verses 1 through 13 is titled. Ain't no title. Okay, so I'm going to start out with verses 1 through 13. 1 through 13. And it reads, if you are chosen to preside at a banquet, don't put on airs. Just be like everyone else. Look after the guests before you sit down. After you have performed your duties, you can sit down and enjoy yourself with the others. They will respect you for doing a good job. If you are older than most of the guests, you may talk. That is your right. But you should know what you are talking about and not interrupt the music. If entertainment is being provided, don't keep up a steady conversation. It's the wrong time to show off your wit. Music at a banquet where wine is served is like a ruby set in gold. Good music and good wine, an emerald set in gold. If you are young, don't speak unless you have to, but never more than twice, and only if someone speaks to you first. Come to the point and say it all in a few words. Show that you are well informed, but stay quiet. Don't treat important people as if you were their equal. And don't make a nuisance of yourself by asking them a lot of questions. The reputation of a modest person goes before him as lightning before thunder. Leave the party at the right time and never be the last to go. Don't linger at the door. Just go straight home. There you can enjoy yourself as you wish, but don't commit the sin of bragging. And don't forget to thank your Creator. And don't forget to thank your Creator for letting you enjoy so many good things. Now, verses 14 through 24 is titled, Interpreting the Law. If you fear the Lord, you will accept His correction. He will bless those who get up early in the morning to pray. Study His law, and you will master it unless you are insincere about it, in which case you will fail. If you fear the Lord, you will know what is right, and you will be famous for your fairness. Sinners have no use for correction, and will interpret the law to suit themselves. Sensible people will consider every option, every opinion. But arrogant people will let nothing stand in their way. Never do anything without thinking it through. And once you have done something, don't look back and wish you had done something else. Don't take a course of action that is dangerous, and don't make the same mistake twice. Don't be too sure of yourself even when the way looks easy. Always watch where you are going Whatever you do, be careful. This is keeping the Lord's commands. Believing in the law means keeping the Lord's commands. If you trust the Lord, you cannot lose. So I just read the Wisdom of Sirach, chapter 32, verses 1 through 24. And I was reading from the Good News translation of the Holy Bible. Now I'm continuing my reading. I'm going to go to www dot early Christian writings.com. And then when you go to that website, www.earlychristianwritings.com, click Church Fathers. And when you click Church Fathers, you'll see Church Fathers, Iranians of Lyons. And there are all 5 books that St. Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, and St. Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, they wrote. So click book number 1. Scrolling. Now, last time I read book number 1, and verse I read against heresy, I read chapter 29, verse number 2. So I'm still in chapter 29, and I'm going to read verse number 3. Now, chapter 29 is titled Doctrines of Various Other Gnostic Sects, and especially other Barbialites, Barbialotes, or Bulgarians. Bobarines. Like I said, verse number 3. And it reads, all these then being thus settled, autogenes moreover produces a perfect and true man, whom they also call Adamus. Inasmuch as neither has he himself ever been conquered, nor have those from whom he sprang, he also was, along with the first light, served from Armogenes. Moreover, perfect knowledge was sent forth by autogenes along with man, and was united to him. Hence, he attained to the knowledge of him that is above all. Invincible power was also conferred on him by the Virgin Spirit, and all things then rested in him to sing praises to the great Aeon. Hence also they declare was manifested the Mother, the Father, the Son, while from Anthropos and Gnosis that tree was produced, which they also style Gnosis itself. So I just read verse number 3 from chapter 29, titled Doctrines of Various Other Gnostic Sects, especially and especially other Barbiolotes or Bobarines. And that was book number 1, Adverse Heresies Against Heresy. Now click to book number 2. Now last time I read book number 2, I read chapter 30, verse number 8. Now, book number 30. Book number 30. Book number 2. Excuse me. Chapter 30. Book number 2. Adverse Heresy Against Heresy. Chapter 30. And it's titled, Absurdity of Their Styling Themselves Spiritual, while the demiurge is declared to be animal. And I'm going to read verse number 9. And it reads, Justly therefore do we convict them of having departed far and wide from the truth. For if the Savior formed the things which have been made by means of him, the demiurge, he is proved in their case not to be inferior but superior to them, since he is found to have been the former even of themselves. For they too have a place among created things. How then can it be argued that these men indeed are spiritual, but that he by whom they were created is of an animal nature? Or again, if, which is indeed the only true supposition, as I have shown by numerous arguments of the very clearest nature. He, the Creator, made all things freely and by his own power, and arranged and finished them. And his will is the substance of all things. Then he is discovered to be the one only God who created all things, who alone is omnipotent, and who is the only Father, rounding and forming all things, visible and invisible, such as may be perceived by our senses, and such as cannot, heavenly and earthly, by the word of his power. And he has fitted and arranged all things by his wisdom, while he contains all things, but he himself can be contained by no one. He is the former, he is the builder, he the discoverer, he the creator, he the Lord of all, and there is no one besides him or above him, neither has he any mother, as they falsely ascribe to him, nor is there a second God, as Marcion has imagined, nor is there a pleroma, or 30 eons, which has been shown a vain supposition, nor is there any such being as Bythus or Procha, nor are there a series of heavens, nor is there a virginal light, nor an unnameable eon, nor in fact any one of those things which are madly dreamt of by these and by all the heretics. But there is one only God, the Creator, he who is above every principality and power and dominion and virtue. He is Father, he is God, he is the founder, he the maker, he the Creator, who made those things by himself, that is, through his word and his wisdom, heaven and earth, and the seas and all things that are in them. He is just, he is good. He it is who formed man, who planted paradise, who made the world, who gave rise to the flood, who saved Noah. He is the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob, the God of the living. He it is whom the law proclaims, whom the prophets preach, whom Christ reveals, whom the apostles made known to us, and in whom the church believes. He is the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, through his word, who is his Son. Through him he is revealed and manifested to all to whom he is revealed. For those only know him to whom the Son has revealed him. But the Son eternally coexists with the Father from of old, yea, from the beginning always revealed the Father to angels, archangels, powers, virtues, and all to whom he wills that God should be revealed. So I just read verse number 9. And I read chapter 30, titled, Absurdity of their styling themselves spiritual, while the demiurge is declared to be animal. And I read book number 2, Adversity of Heresy Against Heresy, and book number 3, I already finished. So now, book number 4. Last time I read book number 4. Okay. Last time I read book number 4, I read chapter 30, verse number 2. Okay, chapter 30. Now I'm still in chapter 30. Because there were 4 verses, so I read verse number 2 last time. Read verse number 3. Now chapter 30 is titled chapter 30, and it's titled Refutation of Another Argument Adduced by the Marcionites, that God directed the Hebrews to spoil the Egyptians. So verse number 30. If, however, a comparison be instituted between us and them, I will ask, which party, since seems to have received their worldly goods in the fairer manner, will it be the Jewish people who took from the Egyptians, or were at all points their debtors, or we who received property from the Romans and other nations who are under no smaller obligation to us? Yea, moreover, through their instrumentality, the world is at peace, and we walk on the highways without fear, and sail where we will. Therefore, against men of this kind, namely the heretics, the word of the Lord applies, which says, Thou hypocrite, first cast the beam out of thine eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to pull out the mote out of thy brother's eye. For if he who lays these things to thy charge and glories in his own wisdom has been separated from the company of the Gentiles, and possesses nothing derived from other people's goods, but is literally naked and barefoot and dwells homeless among the mountains, as any of those animals do which feed on grass, he will stand excused in using such language, as being ignorant of the necessities of our mode of life. But if he do partake of what, in the opinion of men, is the property of others, and if at the same time he runs down their type, he proves himself most unjust, turning this kind of accusation against himself. For he will be found carrying about property not belonging to him, and coveting goods which are not his. And therefore has the Lord said, Judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment ye shall judge, ye shall be judged. The meaning is not certainly that we should not find fault with sinners, nor that we should consent to those who act wickedly, but that we should not pronounce an unfair judgment on the dispensations of God, inasmuch as he has himself made provision that all things shall turn out for good, in a way consistent with justice. For because he knew that we would make a good use of our substance, which we should possess by receiving it from another, he says, He that hath 2 coats, let him impart to him that hath none. And he that hath meat, let him do likewise. And for I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat, and I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was naked, and ye clothed me. And when thou doest thine arm, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth. And we are proved to be righteous by whatsoever else we do well, redeeming as it were our property from strange hands. But thus do I say, from strange hands, not as if the world were not God's possession, but that we have gifts of this sort, and receive them from others, in the same way as these men had them from the Egyptians, who knew not God. And by means of these same do we erect in ourselves the tabernacle of God, for God dwells in those who act uprightly. As the Lord says, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, that they, when ye shall be put to flight, may receive you into eternal tabernacles. For whatsoever we acquire from unrighteousness, when we were heathen, we are proved righteous when we have become believers by applying it to the Lord's advantage. So I just read verse number 3 from chapter 30, titled, Refutation of Another Argument Adduced by the Marcionites that God directed the Hebrews to spoil the Egyptians. Now, click over book number 5. Now, last time I read book number 5, I read chapter 32, verse 2. So now I'm going to read chapter 33. It's 4 verses. I'm going to read verse number 1. And chapter 33 is titled, Further Proofs of the Same Proposition Drawn from the Promises Made by Christ when he declared that he would drink of the fruit of the vine with his disciples in his Father's kingdom, while at the same time he promised to reward them in hundredfold and to make them partake of banquets. The blessing pronounced by Jacob had pointed out this already, as Papias and the elders have interpreted. Verse number 1. For this reason, when about to undergo his sufferings, that he might declare to Abraham and those with him the glad tidings of the inheritance being thrown open, Christ, after he had given thanks while holding the cup, and had drunk of it, and given it to the disciples, said to them, Drink ye all of it. This is my blood of the new covenant, which shall be shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of the fruit of this vine, until that day when I will drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Thus then he will himself renew the inheritance of the earth, and will reorganize the mystery of the glory of his sons, as David said, He who hath renewed the face of the earth, he promised to drink of the fruit of the vine with his disciples, thus indicating both these points, the inheritance of the earth in which the new fruit of the vine is drunk, and the resurrection of his disciples in the flesh. For the new flesh which rises again is the same which also received the new cup. And he cannot by any means be understood as drinking of the fruit of the vine when settled down with his disciples above in a super celestial place, nor again are they who drink it devoid of flesh. For to drink of that which flows from the vine pertains to flesh and not spirit. So I just read verse number 1 from chapter 33, and it's titled, Further Proofs of the Same Proposition Drawn from the Promises Made by Christ when he declared that he would drink of the fruit of the vine with his disciples in his Father's kingdom, while at the same time he promised to reward them and hundredfold, and to make them partake of banquets. The blessing pronounced by Jacob had pointed out this already, as Papias and the elders have interpreted. And I read book number 5 in verse heresies against heresies. Now click back over where it says Church Fathers and click where it says the Shepherd of Hermas. And then click the Robert Donaldson English translation. Now, last time I read the Shepherd of Hermas, I read the 3rd book, Similitude, the 6th Similitude, chapter 2. So I'm reading today the Shepherd of Hermas, the 3rd book, Similitudes, the 6th Similitude, chapter 3. Chapter 3. And the 6th Similitude is titled, Of the two classes of voluptuous men, and of their death, falling away, and the duration of their punishment. And chapter 3. Seeing them therefore so beaten and so badly used, I was grieved for them, because they were so tormented, and had no rest at all. And I said to the shepherd who talked with me, Sir, who is this shepherd? Who is so pitiless and severe, and so completely devoid of compassion for these sheep? This, he replied, is the angel of punishment, and he belongs to the just angels, and is appointed to punish. He accordingly takes those who wander away from God, and who have walked in the desires and deceits of this world, and chastises them as they deserve with terrible and diverse punishment. I would know, sir, I said, of what nature are these diverse tortures and punishments. Here, he said, the various tortures and punishments. The tortures are such as occur during life. For some are punished with losses, others with wants, others with sicknesses of various kinds, and others with all kinds of disorder and confusion. Others are insulted by unworthy persons and exposed to suffering in many other ways. For many, becoming unstable in their plans, try many things, and none of them at all succeed. And they say they are not prosperous in their undertakings. And it does not occur to their minds that they have done evil deeds, but they blame the Lord, when therefore they have been afflicted with all kinds of affliction. Then are they delivered unto me for good training, and they are made strong in the faith of the Lord. And for the rest of the days of their life, they are subject to the Lord with pure hearts, and are successful in all their undertakings, obtaining from the Lord everything they ask. And then they glorify the Lord that they were delivered to me, and no longer suffer any evil. So I just read chapter 3 from the sixth similitude, title of the two classes of voluptuous men, and of their death falling away, and the duration of their punishment. And I just read from the third book, Similitudes. And I read from the Shepherd of Hermas, the Robert Donaldson English translation. Now, go back to Church Fathers and click Ignatius of Antioch. All right, let me see. Smyrnaeans. And click where it says Smyrnaeans, the Robert Donaldson English translation, the shorter and longer recension. Last time I read chapter 5. So let me scroll. Okay, we on Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans, the Epistle of Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans, and we're going to read chapter 6. like I said, I'm reading chapter 6. And it's titled, Unbelievers in the Blood of Christ Shall Be Condemned. I'm going to read the long version. And it reads, Let no man deceive himself unless he believe that Christ Jesus has lived in the flesh, and shall confess his cross and passion, and the blood which he shed for the salvation of the world. He should not obtain eternal life, whether he be a king or a priest or a ruler or a private person, a master or a servant, a man or a woman. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Let no man's place or dignity or riches puff him up, and let no man's low condition or poverty abase him. For the chief points are faith towards God, hope towards Christ, the enjoyment of those good things for which we look, and love towards God and our neighbor. For thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and thy neighbor as thyself. And the Lord says, this is life eternal, to know the only true God and Jesus Christ, whom he has sent. And again, a new commandment give I unto you, that ye love one another. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Do ye, therefore, notice those who preach other doctrines, how they affirm that the Father of Christ cannot be known, and how they exhibit enmity and deceit in their dealings with one another. They have no regard for love. They despise the good things we expect hereafter. They regard present things as if they were durable. They ridicule him that is in affliction. They laugh at him that is in bonds. So I just read chapter 6, titled, Unbelievers in the blood of Christ shall be condemned. And I read the long version. I read the epistle of Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans, the Robert Donaldson English translation. Now let me click over to St. Polycarp. Click where it says Church Fathers Polycarp. And where it says the Robert Donaldson English translation. Now, where we at? Polycarp. The epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. Saint Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna. The epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. And I'm going to read chapter 12. Chapter 12. And chapter 12 is titled Exhortation to Various Graces. And I read, For I trust that you are well versed in the sacred scriptures, and that nothing is hid from you. But to me this privilege is not yet granted. It is declared then in these scriptures, Be ye angry and sin not, and let not the sun go down upon your wrath. Happy is he who remembers this, which I believe to be the case with you. But may the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ himself, who is the Son of God, and our everlasting high priest, build you up in faith and truth, and in all meekness, gentleness, patience, long suffering, forbearance, and purity. And may he bestow on you a lot and portion among his saints, and on us with you, and on all that are under heaven, who shall believe in our Lord Jesus Christ, and in his Father, who raised him from the dead. Pray for all the saints. Pray also for kings and potentates and princes, and for those that persecute and hate you, and for the enemies of the cross, that your fruit may be manifest to all, and that ye may be perfect in him. And so I just read chapter 12, titled Exhortation to Various Graces. And I just read the epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. St. Polycarp of Smyrna. Read the Robert Donaldson English translation. Okay, now we go back to Church Fathers, click Justin Martyr. Alright, and the Robert Donaldson English translation on the resurrection. And let's see how many chapters. Oh, okay. It's 10. And last time I read chapter 6. Now last time I read chapter 6. So I'm reading chapter 7. Chapter 7. And it's titled, chapter 7 is titled, The Body Valuable in God's Sight. And it reads, but the proof of the possibility of the resurrection of the flesh I have sufficiently demonstrated in answer to men of the world. And if the resurrection of the flesh is not found impossible on the principles even of unbelievers, how much more will it be found in accordance with the mind of believers? But following our order, we must now speak with respect to those who think meanly of the flesh and say that it is not worthy of the resurrection nor of the heavenly economy, because first its substance is earth, and besides, because it is full of all wickedness, so that it forces the soul to sin along with it. But these persons seem to be ignorant of the whole work of God, both of the genesis and formation of man at the first, and why the things in the world were made. For does not the word say, let us make man in our image and after our likeness? What kind of man manifestly he means freshly man? For the word said, and God took dust of the earth and made man. It is evident therefore that man made in the image of God was of flesh. Is it not then absurd to say that the flesh made by God in his own image is contemptible and worth noting, but that the flesh is with God a precious possession, is manifest, first from its being formed by him, if at least the image is valuable to the former and artist, and beside, its value can be gathered from the creation of the rest of the world, for that on account of which the rest is made, is the most precious of all to the Maker. So I just read chapter 7, titled, The Body Valuable in God's Sight. And I just read fragments of the lost works of Justin Martyr on of the resurrection. And I just read Justin Martyr, Saint Justin Martyr. And I read the Robert Donaldson English translation on the resurrection. So let me click. All right. Now, I'm reading from the Internet Archive. It's a PDF. The 39th Festival Easter letter, St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. And like I said, I'm on Internet Archive, which is a PDF. The 39th. Okay. Now, there's an appendix. I'm going to read that first. So, the 39th Festival Easter letter, St. Athanasius. Of the particular books and their number, which are received by the church. From the 39th letter of Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, which treats of the Paschal Festival, wherein he defines canonically which are the divine books which are received by the church. But since we have made mention, our heritage is dead, but of ourselves as possessing the divine scripture for salvation. And since I fear lest, as Paul wrote to the Corinthians, some few of the simple should be beguiled from their simplicity and purity by the subtlety of certain men, and should afterwards read other books, those called apocryphal, led astray by the similarity of their names with the true books. I beseech you to bear patiently if I also write by way of remembrance of matters with which you are acquainted, influenced by the need and advantage of the church. In proceeding to make mention of these things, I shall adopt to commend my undertaking the pattern of Luke, the evangelist, saying, for as much as some have taken in hand to reduce into order for themselves the books termed apocryphal, and to mix them up with the divinely inspired scripture, concerning which we have been fully persuaded, as they who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word, delivered to the fathers, it hath seemed good to me also, having been urged thereto by the brethren, and having learned from the beginning to bring before you the books included in the canon, and handed down and accredited as divine, to the end that say one who has fallen into error may correct those who have led him astray, and that he who continues steadfast in purity may again rejoice, having these things brought to his remembrance. There are then of the Old Testament in all 22 books in number, for as I have heard, they are handed down the same in number as the letters among the Hebrews, their respective order and names being as follows. The first is Genesis, then Exodus, next Leviticus, after that Numbers, and then Deuteronomy. Following them, we have Joshua, the son of Nun, and Judges, then Ruth, and again next 4 books of Kings. And of them the first and second are reckoned one book. And of them the first and second are reckoned one book, and so likewise the third and fourth one. And again after these, the first and second of the Chronicles are similarly reckoned as one book. Ezra again, the first and second as one. After these, there is the book of Psalms, then Proverbs, next Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Songs. Job follows, then the prophets, the 12 being reckoned as one book. Then Isaiah, Jeremiah, and with him Baruch, Lamentations, and the epistle. Afterwards Ezekiel and Daniel. Thus far constitutes the Old Testament. But we must not look upon it as a task to speak of the books of the New Testament. These then are the four Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Afterwards the Acts of the Apostles and the Catholic epistle called of the Apostles. 7 in number. V of James, 1 of Peter, 2 of John, of James, 1 of Peter, 2 of John, 3, and then 1 of Jude. Besides these, there are 14 epistles of the Apostle Paul, written in this order. The first to the Romans, then 2 to the Corinthians, after these to the Galatians, next to the Ephesians, then to the Philippians, and to the Colossians, after these 2 to the Thessalonians, and that to the Hebrews, and again 2 to Timothy, 1 to Titus, and last that to Philemon. To these the revelation of John. These are the fountains of salvation, that he who thirsteth may be satisfied with the words they contain. In these alone is proclaimed the doctrine of godliness. Let no man add to them, neither let him take out from them. For on this point the Lord put to shame the Sadducees, saying, Ye do err, not knowing the Scriptures. And he reproved the Jews, saying, Search the Scriptures, for they testify of me. But for greater exactness I add this also, considering it necessary so to write, that there are other books besides these, not indeed included in the canon, but appointed by the fathers to be read by those who are come of late, wishing for admonition and instruction in godliness. The wisdom of Solomon, the wisdom of Sirach, and Esther, and Judah, and Tobit, and that which is called the doctrine of the apostles, and the shepherd. But the former, my brethren, are included in the canon, the latter being merely read, nor is there any mention of apocryphal writing, but this is an invention of heretics, writing them to favor their own views, bestowing upon them their approbation, and assigning to them a date, and producing them as ancient writing, that thereby they might find occasions to lead astray the simple. So I just read the 39th festal Easter letter of St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. And I was reading from the Internet Archive. It's a PDF. Now, this is going to be a long one. But if I was just reading by myself, but when I be taking my time to do my little reading, this one, the next one, now I read the Panarian, Greek Panarian, Latin, translated mean bread basket. Book number 2, first section of book 2, section 4, part 63. And it was 1:1 through 4:8. So last time I read that. But the next one, this one here, nope. It's gonna be it's origin. It's all the way to 69.2. Okay, let me see where I'm gonna stop at. Okay, I see what I'm gonna start today. And I'm gonna read the 5:9. Excuse me, 5:12. 5:12. Okay, so let me start my reading. Alright, this is against origin, also called Adamantius. This is 44 but 64 of the series, starting at 1:1. And it reads, Origin, also surnamed Adamantius, come next after these. He was the son of the holy and blessed martyr Leonidas, and in his youth suffered a very great deal of persecution himself. He was well schooled in the Greek education and brought up in the church, and became known at Alexandria in the Emperor Decius' time. He was a native Egyptian, but lived and was brought up in Alexandria, and perhaps also went to the schools at Athens at some time. It is said that he suffered a great deal for the holy word of the faith, in the name of Christ, and indeed was often dragged around the city, insulted, and subjected to excruciating tortures. Once, as the story goes, the pagans shaved his head, set him on the steps of the temple of their idol, which they call the seraphim, and ordered him to hand out palm branches to those who went up instead for the vile act of worshiping the idol. The priests of their idols take this posture. Taking the branches, he cried out without fear or hesitation, with loud voice and a bold mind, "Come get Christ's branches, not the idols." And there are many accounts of his brave deeds which the ancients hand down to us. But his deeds did not remain worthy of the prize till the end. He had been an object of extreme envy for his superior learning and education, and thus further provoked the authorities of his day. With diabolical malice, the workers of iniquity thought of mistreating him sexually and making that his punishment, and they secured a black to abuse his body. But Origen could not bear even the thought of this devil's work. And shouted that, given the choice of either, he would rather sacrifice. Certainly, as is widely reported, he did not do this willingly either. But since he had agreed due to it at all, he heaped incense on his hands and dumped it on the altar fire. Thus, he was excluded from a martyr's status at the time by the confessors and martyrs who were his judges, and expelled from the church. Since he had consented to this at Alexandria and could not bear the ridicule of those who reproached him, he left and elected to live in Palestine, that is, in Judea. On arriving at Jerusalem, he was urged by the priesthood as a man with such skill in exegesis and so highly educated to speak in church. They say that the presbytery had been conferred upon him earlier, before his sacrifice. And so, as I said, since those who were then serving as priests in the Holy Church in Jerusalem urged him to speak in church and strongly insisted on it, he stood up and simply recited the verse of the 49th Psalm, omitting all the intervening verses. But unto the ungodly saith God, "Why dost thou preach my laws and takest my covenant in thy mouth?" And he rolled the scroll up, gave it back, and sat down in floods of tears, and all wept with him. A while later, at the urgent request of many, he made the acquaintance of Ambrose, a prominent imperial official. Some say that Ambrose was a Marcionite, but some that he was a Sabellian. At any rate, Origen taught him to shun and adore the sect and adopt the faith of God's Holy Church. For at that time, Origen was of the Orthodox Catholic faith. Since Ambrose was from a different sect and, being an educated man, was a zealous reader of the sacred scriptures, he asked Origen to explain them to him because of the profundity of the ideas in the sacred books. In compliance and at his urging, Origen was willing to become the interpreter of all the scriptures, as it were, and make it his business to expound them. It is said that he spent 28 years in Tyre, in Phoenicia, devoting himself to a life of extreme piety and to study and hard work. Ambrose provided support for him and his stenographers and assistants, and papyrus and his other expenses. And Origen carried his work on the scripture through by burning the midnight oil and with the most intense study. First, making a painstaking effort to collect the books of the 6 Old Testament versions, Aquila, Symmachus, the Septuagint, Theodotion, in their 5th and their 6th version. He issued them, setting each Hebrew expression next to them in the actual Hebrew letters as well, but directly opposite these, in their second column next to the Hebrew, he may still know the parallel text, but in Greek letters. Thus, this is and is called a hexapla. And besides the Greek translation, there are 2 parallel texts of the Hebrew actually in Hebrew letters and of the Hebrew and Greek letters. It is thus the whole Old Testament in the version called the hexapla, and in the 2 Hebrew texts. Origen had laboriously accomplished this entire work, but he did not preserve his fame until the end, for his wealth of learning proved to be his great downfall. Precisely because of his goal of leaving none of the sacred scripture uninterrupted, he, as an allurement to sin, disguised himself and issued mortally dangerous exegesis. The so-called Orientalists took their cue from this. Not the first kind, the ones who practice the obscenity, as I have already remarked. I cannot say whether they originate with this Origen, who is also called Adamantius, or whether they have another founder whose name was also Origen. It is said, however, that our Origen too contrived a measure affecting his body, for some say that he severed a nerve so that he would not be disturbed by sexual pleasure or inflamed and aroused by carnal impulse. Others say no, but that he invented a drug to apply to his genitals and dry them up. But others venture to ascribe other inventions to him, that he discovered a medicinal plant to assist memory. And though I have no faith in the exaggerated stories about him, I have not neglected to report what is being said. The sect which sprang from him was located in Egypt first, but it is now to be found among the very persons who are the most eminent and appear to have adopted the monastic life among those who have really retired to the deserts and elected voluntary poverty. But this is a dreadful sect and worse than all the ancient ones, and indeed holds beliefs similar to theirs. For though it does not train its disciples to perform the obscenity, it casts an evil suspicion, one worse than the obscenity, upon the Godhead itself. For Arius took his cue from Origen, and so did the Endomonians, who succeeded him in the rest. For Origen claims, and at once dares, if you please, to say first that the only begotten Son cannot see the Father, and neither can the Spirit behold the Son. And angels surely cannot behold the Spirit, nor men the angels. And this is his first downfall, for he does not believe that the Son is of the Father's essence, but represents him as entirely different from the Father and created besides. But he holds that he is called Son by grace. But he has other downfalls too, which are more serious. He said that the human soul is pre-existing, and their souls are angels and celestial powers, but have sinned and so been shut up in this body as a punishment. They are sent down by God as a punishment to undergo a first judgment here. And so the body is called a frame, says Origen. because the soul has been bound in the body. Imagining the ancient Greek fabrication. And he spins other yarns about this as well. He said that we speak of a soul because it has cooled off and coming down. He smears on texts from the sacred scriptures that suit him, though not as they are or with their real interpretation. He claims that the words of the prophet, before I was humble, I offended, are the words of the soul itself, because it offended in heaven before it was humble in the body, and return unto thy rest, O my soul, are the words of one who has been valiant in good works, here, returning to his rest on high because of the righteousness of his behavior. And there is much else of the sort to be said. He said that Adam lost the image of God, and this is why the skin tunics are signalized in Scripture. For he made them tunics of skin and clothed them, refers to the body, and he talks a great deal of nonsense, which is widely repeated. He makes the resurrection of the dead a defective thing, sometimes nominally supporting it, sometimes denying it altogether, but at other times saying that there is a partial resurrection. Finally, he gives an allegorical interpretation of whatever he can. Paradise, he writes, it waters the waters above the heavens, the water under the earth. He never stops saying these ridiculous things and others like them. But I have already mentioned things of this sort about him and discussed them at length in some of my other works. But even now, in the set that deals with him, it would do no harm to describe them again for the same reason and purpose, and give his refutation from his own counterfeits. For there is a great deal of his nonsense that came later, in the cultivation of an idea that is false and departs from the truth. For he appeared to speak against every set before him and refute each one, but later he spat this set up into the world, one of no little influence. So then, first, I shall quote his own words in refutation of his false, bogus notion. Then I shall show what I, in my mediocrity, intend to say against him. And here they are, the things he told the world in the first psalm. For though he is always on slippery ground in every scripture, in the essential parts he erred in so many ways, in so many words. But since his writings are very bulky, as I mentioned, he is said to have written a long work on every scripture. It is impossible to quote all of it, but Origen never refused to say what he thought in his exposition of the scripture. And he has a modest reputation for what he said about ethics, types of animals, and so on in his sermons. And preface often gave clever exposition, but in his position on doctrines and about faith and higher speculation, he is the wickedest of all before and after him, except for the shameless behavior in the sets. For as I indicated above, he chose to adopt even an excessive style of life. Some say that his stomach was ruined by his excessively severe regimen and fasting and abstention from meat. Well then, I shall quote his own words from the first psalm along with his doctrinal speculation in it, word for word, so that no one may call my attack on him vexatious. Not by any means that he strayed from the truth only in the first psalm, as I have often said, he did it in every exposition. But because of the bulk of his work, let me select some things from his psalm here and show the whole of his unsoundness in the faith from 1, 2, or 3 remarks. Of course, taking care to speak against them. And here at once is the text of every word to show you, scholarly hero, their origin plainly held that the Son of God is a creature, and also show you from his impudence about the Son that he taught that the Holy Spirit is the creature of a creature. Let us take a part of the song from the beginning until the actual expression in question in origin's own words. Now I'm gonna stop right there, and then later on I just had to come back and pick up where I left off. Now I got it wrote down. Because I know that's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one. Now don't forget Sam. Don't forget Sam Cooke. This is the autopsy for Sam. And don't forget Sam Cooke, and the crime that was committed against him and his family, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, and their children, Linda, Tracy, and Vincent, and the grandchildren, and so on and so forth. And all Sam Cooke's mother and father, all his sisters and brothers, and his immediate extended family, and Miss Barbara Campbell Cook as well. And Miss Carla Cook, and so on and so forth. But it was wrong. And again, I want to just quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Don't forget King Von and the wrong that was done to that young man and for his family. Don't forget King Von. And don't forget Young Dolph. It was wrong what them cowards did. And they go for the rest of these punks walking around. These bunch of homosexuals. Don't forget Young Dolph. Now, before I end today's video, find me a newspaper, a Russian newspaper. Okay, so I just sure, I just looked at one Russian newspaper, Pravda. Let me look at another one. Don't see any I don't see any big changes or anything. Let me click over here to the Moscow Times. So see, you can't listen to CNN and Fox. Don't listen to CNN and Fox. They lie. was just reading one, just glancing at an article, the Moscow Times. Well, like I said, now, I don't see too much of a change, whereas the Ukrainians, you know, but like I said, I was reading the Moscow Times, read the Providence newspaper. I'm gonna go read another newspaper. The TASS Russian news agency. Let's see here. Let me read this article here. There was what's this? April the 16th. It says PMC Wagner assault units liberate 2 districts in Artyomov. The official representative of the department, Lieutenant General Igor Konashenko, noted that the airborne forces fettered the enemy's actions on the flanks of the assault detachments. It said, assault units of the Wagner private military company liberated 2 districts in the city of Artyomov. Within 24 hours, Russian Defense Minister spokesman Lieutenant General Igor Konashenkov told a briefing on the special military operation in Ukraine on Sunday. Wagner assault units liberated 2 districts in the northwestern and southeastern parts of the city of Artyomov in the direction of Donetsk. Konashenkov said, according to the official representative of the Ministry of Defense, the airborne force contained the enemy's actions on the flanks of the assault detachments. Like I said, I was reading the TASS Russian news agency. As for the Ukraine, I don't see too much of a you don't see too much of a change. The Russians are continuing to battle and well, what you're seeing is that sometimes when you read, they tell you all the destroying product, the military weapons that the United States as well as NATO countries are giving to the Ukraine is being destroyed, even though the Ukrainians are using it for some of that weaponry that the United States and the NATO nations are giving to the Ukraine. That weaponry is being destroyed. It's not making no change in the outcome of the war. The Russians are continuing to fight and stand for Russia, fighting against these so-called Gnostics. And not losing. The Russians are not losing. Don't listen to CNN and Fox. I'm telling you, they're not going to see. You get lied to. They lie. CNN and Fox, they lie. Just all that I say for the Russians, continue to keep watching the weather. The weather is unpredictable. The weather is unpredictable. Well, let me tell you what time it is. It's about time for me to end today's video. Again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine, reigning the city of Memphis in the county of Shelby State of Tennessee. Thank all my family support for your continued encouragement support. You know, I always put God first. I always thank God for all the blessings and guidance that God provides us all with. And again, want to say to all the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, Happy Easter, and Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Well, like I said, to serve the vice lords and everything, continue to recruit and Black Princestones and the Black Disciples and Mickey Cole, recruit. Elementary school, junior high school. Don't never let no glazed donut try to use no nag them out of the library, trying to talk about some material world is evil, man. The demiurge go all the way back before the 1st century. You see, people were talking about God before, and all the thing them Gnostics did is try to take information and distort it. You talk about Socrates and his students, Plato, one of them. And then Plato wrote his book, The Timaeus, a dialogue. And you can put in the search bar and you'll find something about the Timaeus. Just put in the search bar, The Timaeus, or Timaeus. Some will pop up, something on the Timaeus will pop up on the screen. It'll be like from some school or some university or somewhere. It'll be a PDF or something. It'll be some kind of information about the Timaeus. And then you got all this stuff about theology and religious studies. Don't sit there and listen to nobody tell you nothing about no Gnostics, especially the young people. The elementary school, junior high school. Don't listen to anybody say anything about no material world evil, because they lying. Because one thing you can say is that they got it from the Neoplatonists, and the Neoplatonists had already said, they were talking about the demiurge, and that the demiurge was a benevolent God and desired a material world that was good. See, they just took it from somebody, just like they try to take the Holy Bible and take verses. They do all kind of stupid stuff. The Islam and all any kind of religion, they just take the religion and just twist it around and mix it all up, distort it. Don't let nobody tell you nothing about no Gnosticism. Just forget all that nonsense. Just forget it. The Black Princeton Bloods and stuff. And, they come up to Chicago. Come up to Chicago. Conservative vice lord. You come up to Chicago. And all this about the folks and the my people and everything. See, that's not what it means. So you have to take this serious. You can't take it light. You have to take it serious. When people, see the sorority and fraternity years ago when that stuff came out, when the Nagamon library was discovered by the little farm boy over there in Nagamon East. Then the people in academia around the world, at these colleges and universities around the world, they took the information to use and misuse, victimizing innocent men, women, and children, destroying themselves and others, destroying wildlife, nature, the environment, the North and South Pole. You don't sit around and allow that kind of behavior, that kind of nonsense to go on. No, absolutely not. No. The conservative vice lords in Chicago, no. Talking about some gangster site. You ain't got no being in Chicago. We already got, you see the reason why when I take the time that I do, you see there ain't no reason for you to be sitting around thinking you're going to get away with. No, absolutely not. It's zero tolerance. Zero tolerance for no gangster disciple. See, you got to be a gangster disciple killer. You got to be a glazed donut killer. You affiliated, you associated with the vice lord. You don't take it light. So you gotta be taught the right thing the right way. And that's what the conservative vice lord gonna always make sure, that all those who represent vice lord, and then you got all the black Princeton, all the black disciples, all the Mickey Cobras, then you got the black soul and Latin soul and all that, and then the boss pimps and all. See, when you know history, see, that's the reason why I take the time I do. See, you be trying to, oh man, what you talking about? Man, you don't know history, man. When you know history, man, then the certified know already know, man. They already know what time it is, man. They already know what time it is. Look, it's time. My name is Eric D. Johnson, and my nigga, come back on my niggas video. You take care of yourself and wish each and every one of you the very best.